The Book of Heaven. Volume 30. My Jesus, center and life of my little soul, my smallness is such that I feel the extreme need, my love, to be hugged. May my great weakness inspire pity in you. I'm very small and you know that little children need diapers and breast milk to feed and grow. I feel the need to be wrapped in the swaddles of love and pressed against your divine chest to give me the milk of your divine will to nourish and lift me up. Listen to me, O Jesus, for I need your life to live. I want to live from you. Then you are the one who can write what you want. I will only lend you my hand and you will do everything else. This is how we understand each other, O Jesus. After which I surrendered myself in the arms of Jesus, who whispered in my ear, my little girl, the more you surrender to me, the more you will feel my life in you. I will occupy the first place in your soul. You know that true trust in me forms the arms and feet of the soul to climb up to me and squeeze me so hard that then I am unable to free myself from your soul. The one who does not trust has neither arms nor feet and thus remains a poor cripple. Your trust will therefore be your victory over me. It will hold you tightly in my arms, tied to my chest to continually give you the milk of my divine will. You must know that every time the soul does my will, I recognize myself in the creature. I recognize my works, my steps, my words, and my love. It is then the Creator recognizes himself and his works in the creature. And the creature recognizes himself in him. This mutual recognition between God and the soul is reminiscent of the first act of creation. God comes out of his rest to continue his work of creation with the creature who lives and works in my will. Because our work does not stop. There was only one break for rest. The creature, in doing our will, calls us to work. But it's a sweet call. Because for us, this work is a new happiness, new joys and prodigious conquests. That's why we just keep our effusions going. Of love, of power, of unattainable goodness and wisdom that began in creation. The creature feels that his God is not resting and that he continues his work of creation. The creature works in our will. She feels the beginning in her soul. Of a reign of God's love, of his power and wisdom that do not remain inactive but that work in his soul. Oh! If you knew the satisfaction and pleasure we feel when the creature calls us to work. By his appeal. It recognizes us. It opens the doors for us. It lets us reign and she gives us complete freedom to do what we want in her soul. We then perform a work worthy of our creative hands. If you want our work to be continuous, never leave our divine will escape you. It will belong to you. She will be your spokesperson when you make your voice heard to call us. We will hear his sweet whisper in our ears and we will immediately descend into our own will within your soul to continue our work. For you must know that continual acts form life and works performed. What is not continual can be called the effect of my will and not life formed in the creature. The effects gradually fade away and the soul remains in fasting. Also, courage and confidence. Go ever further into the sea of the divine will. Afterwards, I followed the deeds that my greatest good Jesus had performed in his humanity when he was on earth. Making himself heard, he said to me, my daughter, my human will has not had only one act of life. She remained in the act. To receive the continual act of my divine will, which I possessed as the word of the Father. That is why all my actions, sufferings, prayers, breaths, palpitations, accomplished by my human will in the life of the divine will formed so many knots to connect human wills to mine. These human wills were like residences. Some collapsed. Others damaged and some reduced to a pile of ruins. Thus, my divine will, working in my humanity by my actions, prepared the help in order to support those that collapse, cement those that were damaged and rebuild on their ruins the destroyed residences. I wasn't doing anything for myself. I had no needs. I did everything to redo, to rehabilitate human wills. My only need was love and I wanted to be loved in return. But to receive all my help, my sufferings, and my work, the creature must unite its will with mine. Then she will immediately feel connected to me. All my actions will surround him in order to support, cement and raise the human will. As soon as she has united with me in deciding to do my divine will, all my deeds, like a seasoned army, will come to the defense of the creature and will form the lifeboat on the tumultuous sea of life. But for the one who does not do my will, I could say that she receives nothing. My will is the only provider of all that I have done out of love and for the love of the creature. My abandonment in the divine will continues. Oh! With what tenderness he awaits me in his mother's womb to say to me, "Daughter of my will, do not leave me alone. Your mom wants you with her. I want your company in the incessant work I do for all creatures. I do everything for them, I do not leave them for a single moment, otherwise they would lose their lives. And yet, there is not one who recognizes me. On the contrary, they offend me while I do everything for them. Oh, how painful loneliness is! That's why I sigh after you, my daughter. Oh! How dear your company is to me in my actions. The company makes the work smooth. It removes the weight and it brings new joys. My mind was lost in the divine will. Then my kind Jesus made his little visit to me and said to me, "My daughter, my will is tireless. Wanting to maintain the life, order, and balance of all generations and the entire universe, she cannot and does not want to stop her work. Each of his movements is a birth bound by inseparable bonds. Air gives an image of my will, no one sees it, but it gives birth to the breath of creatures and it is inseparable from human breathing. Oh! If the air ceased to let itself breathe, the life of all creatures would stop in one fell swoop. My will is more than the air that is only the symbol of what produces the life of breathing, of the vital virtue of my divine will. My will is in itself life and uncreated life. God keeps established all the acts of creatures, and their number. The promise of these acts, because they are established by God, is taken by my divine will, it orders them and introduces into them her life. But who allows the performance of these acts established by the Supreme Being? The creature. Who cooperates and allows himself to be dominated by the divine will and who with her cooperation and reign feels the bond and inseparability with her, and feels her divine life flowing in her actions. But if the creature does not cooperate, it loses the kingdom of my divine will. Instead of doing my will, it does its own. Every act of the human will forms a void for the divine in the soul. These voids disfigure the poor creature. It was made for God, and only He can fill these voids. For all established acts should be filled with the divine being. Oh! That these voids are horrible! Ils sunt comme des voix tordues, des actes sans commencement divin et sans vie. C'est pourquoi rien n'est détruit plus la creature que sa volonté. Ma volonté est un acte opérant et incessant à l'intérieur et à l'extérieur de la creature. Mais qui reconnaît cet acte opérant? La creature qui la reconnaît dans tous ses actes. Celle qui l'aime, qui l'estime et qui l'apprécie. Ayant reconnu, ma volonté les toucher son acte opérant et incessant la creature sent en elle. Ses bras, la puissance de ses mouvements. La vertu vivifiante de son souffle. La formation de la vie dans les battements de son cœur. Partout, à l'extérieur comme à l'intérieur. La creature se sent revivifiée, touchée, étreinte, embrassée par ma volonté. When my will sees that the creature feels her loving embraces, she squeezes her even tighter against her divine womb and forms her gentle chains of inseparability between her and her beloved creature. He seems to be paid back by being recognized for his incessant work. With its power my will removes the veil that hides it from the creature and makes it known to him who is the one who forms the life of all his acts. Thus, the more you recognize her, the more you will feel how much she loves you will love her even more too. You must also know that the soul without my divine will is like a flower picked from the plant. Poor flower! They took her life, because she is no longer attached to the root and she ceases to receive the vital humors that circulated like her blood and kept her alive, fresh, beautiful, and fragrant. She lost the root that like a mother loved her, fed her and held her tightly against her breast. And while the root remains buried and alive under the earth for give life to his children flowers and make them beautiful to the point of attracting human attention by its sweet enchantments, the flower that has been picked and detached from the plant, as if she had lost her mother, seems to become melancholy. It loses its freshness and ends up fading. Such is the soul that lives without my divine will. She was detached from the divine root who loved her more than a mother and they fed. The divine will lives buried. She lives in all her actions and in the depths of the creature's soul. To administer to him the divine moods. These moods circulate like blood in all its acts. To keep it fresh, beautiful, and embalmed by its divine virtues in order to form the sweetest enchantment of earth and heaven. But as the soul has detached itself from my divine will, it loses its true mother who kept her under his maternal care, squeezed her on her breast, defended her against everything and against all. These souls end up disfigure and lose all that is good. To feel sad and melancholic because they live without the one who generated them, without the life and without the caresses of their mother. So that we can say that they are poor orphans abandoned and unprotected. Possibly fallen into the hands of enemies and tyrannized by their inner passions. Oh! If the root had the reason, how many cries of distress it would grow. Seeing the life of its flower torn off, and by being forced to stay there as a sterile mother without the crown of her children. But if the plant does not cry, my will weeps when I see so many of its orphaned children. They are voluntary orphans who experience all the suffering of being orphans. While their mother is alive, she never ceases to lament and to recall around her the crown of her children. I feel the prey of the divine will, but voluntary and unforced prey. I also feel the living need to fall prey to myself, which makes me happy in time and eternity. I therefore seek to make all my acts the prey of the light of the divine will, of its holiness, of its very life. That is why I call him to lock him in my actions and be able to say, every action I do is a prey and a conquest that I make, a prey and a conquest of the divine will without sui I cannot live. That is why it is right and good that I make it my prey. By being the prey of each other, it seems to me that we are maintaining correspondence. The game and the love that ignites more and more on both sides. It seemed to me, thinking this, that my sweet Jesus was delighted with my foolishness. I thought to myself, after all, I'm small and barely born. If I say a fool it's not a big deal since toddlers often do it. Jesus is happy to take the opportunity to teach a little lesson as he has already done. Visiting my little soul, he said to me, my little daughter of my will. It is certain that everything that happens between the Creator and the creature, the acts she performs and what she receives from God, serves to maintain correspondence. To know and love each other better. And to maintain the game between the two, in order to get there. To what God wants of the creature and to what she wants from God. Thus each act is a game prepared in order to make the most beautiful conquests and to get ahead of each other. The act serves equipment for the game and of promise. To have something to give to the one who wins. God, in giving, makes his promise. And the creature by his act makes his own. They set the game. Our goodness is so great that we make ourselves weak in order to allow the creature to win. Other times, we make ourselves strong and we overcome. We do this to activate the competition. By doing more acts, it gives more pledges and it is thus able to win to compensate for a defeat. After all, how could we maintain the union if we had nothing to give to the creature and if she had nothing to give us either? You see, therefore, that every act is a promise to us. It allows us to give greater graces. It is a correspondence that you open between earth and heaven. It is a game by which you call your Creator to come to you. Even more, every act performed with the divine will in the creature's act is a divine seed that germinates in it. The act prepares the earth where my will throws its seed so that it germinates to become a divine plant. Because it is according to the seed thrown into the bosom of the earth that this plant was born. If it is a seed of flowers, a flower is born. If it is a fruit seed, a fruit is born. Now my divine will sows in each act of the creature a distinct seed. Here a seed of holiness, elsewhere a seed of goodness, etc. The more acts the creature performs in my will, the more land there is where my will can prepare its separate seed to fill the earth with these human acts. That is why the creature who allows himself to be dominated by my divine will is beautiful and special. Each of his acts contains a variety of divine seeds and a note from his Creator. An act that says holiness. Another who says mercy. Others who say justice, wisdom, beauty, love. In short, one can see a divine harmony with an order that shows that the hand of God is at work in it. Do you see, therefore, the necessity of the creature's acts so that we can sow our divine seed? Otherwise, where to deposit it if we have no land? It is therefore the acts that form the earth where our divine seeds in the creature can germinate. Therefore, it can be said that the creature who makes our divine will and who lives in him can be called the one who reproduces her Creator and shelters in herself the one who created her. After which I continued my deeds in the divine will. My smallness wanted to hug everything in my embrace of love. In order to be able to do my little love race everywhere and in all things. My sweet Jesus added, "My daughter, to love means to possess and want to make one's own the person or object one loves. To love means to bind oneself, by a bond of friendship, kinship, or descent, according to the greater or lesser intensity of love. Thus, if between the creature and God there is no emptiness of divine love, if all his deeds run to God to love him, if they have their beginning and their end in love, if the creature sees everything that belongs to the Supreme Being as his own, all this expresses the love of the child for his father. Because then the creature does not come out, nor divine properties, nor the residence of the Heavenly Father. For love is a right in the creature. Right of descendants. Right to divide property. Right to be loved. Each of his acts of love is a vibrant note that pulsates in the divine heart and tells him, I love you and love me. Ce Sun does not stop until the creature feels the note of sound. Creator, who responds in echo to the sound of his soul, I love you, O child. Oh, how much we expect the creature's I love you. To make him take his place in our love and to have the sweet pleasure. To be able to say to him, I love you, O child, and to give him the greatest right to love us and to belong to our family. Uninterrupted love does not. Not that our things are his. Nor that they defend them. It cannot be called the love of a child. It's at most a love of friendship. A love of circumstance. A love of interest. A love of necessity that does not constitute a right. For only children have the right to own the property of the father. And the father has the sacrosanct duty, also with human and divine rights, to have his property possessed by his children. Therefore, always likes that my will may find in your deeds love, the meeting, and your kiss to your Creator. I feel holy duty, irresistible strength, extreme necessity to live in the residence given to me by my heavenly Jesus, which is his adorable will. If I happen to do a few outings, oh, how much they cost me! I then feel all the evils fall on me. I feel all the difference between life in my dear residence where my beloved Jesus has assigned me my place. And I bless the one who gave me such a happy residence and the great good of making known his most holy will. But my intelligence was crossing the great sea of the supreme Fiat. Then my beloved Jesus manifested himself in my poor soul. He told me, my daughter, to be in the residence of my divine will is to be in his position of honor given by God to the creature when he gave birth to him. And the one who is in her position, God makes that she lacks nothing. Nor holiness. Neither light. Nor strength. Nor love. He makes available to the creature all that it wants to take inside and outside this source, so that it lives in the abundance of all goods. All acts performed in the divine will have the operative virtue of God, who feels attracted by this very power to work in the act of the creature. These acts therefore have virtue. To throw oneself with momentum and power into the sea of the divine will, to set it in motion and in attitude. To redouble his glory. To make him operate a new kindness, mercy, and love towards all creatures. With his actions, the creature does nothing but start the divine engine to make it work. It is true that we are within ourselves a continual movement, which produces endless works. It is also true that by doing his deeds in our will, the creature enters into this movement to put his own into it. And our movement feels turned and moving through the creature to produce our works. We immediately feel his act with all our works. Feeling the creature with us and our actions is the greatest glory and the greatest happiness that we can receive. Does it seem like little to you that we give him the virtue of setting in motion our whole divine being? We like her to be in her position and we let her do what she wants, because we are assured that it will only do what we want. It is quite the opposite for the one who lives in her human will. His actions do not have the divine impulse. They stay at the bottom and often fill their creator with bitterness. After which I was like, oh, how I would like to give my Jesus, in order to show him my love, so many lives for as many acts as I perform. Jesus added, my daughter, you must know that in everything the creature does, we give the act of life that comes out of us. If she thinks, we give her the life of the thought of our intelligence. If she speaks, we put in her voice the life of our word. If she works, the life of our works runs in her. If she walks, we give her life with our steps. See, there are two acts of life that must coincide in each act of the creature. First, the act of divine life, immediately followed by the creature's act. If in all that it does, the creature acts for the one who gave it life, an exchange of life is formed, the life we give and the life we receive. And despite the great difference that exists between our acts of life and those of the creature, we are, however, glorified and satisfied, because it can give us and that she gives us. Moreover, all the acts performed by her, in order to give us the exchange of life, do not remain outside, but inside us. As a testimony of the eternal life of the creature, we feel the exchange of his life against the life we have given in our divine being. Our will and our love bring us the sweet whisper of the life of his thoughts in our minds, the sweet whisper of his word in our voice. His works whisper softly to our works, and the sweet sound of his footsteps whisper to us love and testimonies of life to my Creator. And we say in our surge of love, who is the one who whispers in our divine being with the life of our deeds? It is the one who is in our will and who works purely out of love. But what is not our sadness? When we give life to the acts of the creature without receiving anything, these acts remain outside of us and are lost, because they lack the tide of our will and our love that brings them to us. And most of these acts bring the seal of offense to the one who gave them life. Oh! If the creatures could clearly understand what it means to do their own will, they would die of pain by understanding the great evil into which they rush, and the great good they lose by not doing our divine will. Be attentive, my daughter. If you do not want to lose the eyes of the soul, that is, my will, and that after losing them, you no longer understand your great misfortune, as so many other creatures do not understand, that they have squandered the divine will in order to make their own. And to do what? To be unhappy. I felt oppressed by the privations of my sweet Jesus. Tired of my long exile, I thought to myself, I never thought I would live so long. Oh! If my life could have been shorter, as for many, I would not have surpassed so many others in age, but Fiat. I felt that my mind meant nonsense. So I prayed to Jesus to help me and swore that I would always want to do his adorable will. And my sovereign Jesus, dispelling the darkness that surrounded me, made his little visit to my soul. He said to me with indescribable tenderness, "My good daughter, courage. Your Jesus wants to give you more and receive even more from you." Thus I allow the prolixity of time. There is no comparison between the soul that gave me evidence for a few years and the soul that did for many years. A prolonged time always says more. Circumstances, evidence, and suffering are more numerous. And it is necessary to remain faithful, constant, and patient not for a while, but for a long time. Oh! How many things that tells us! You must know that the hours of life under the empire of my divine will are as much. Divine lives. Graces. Beauties and new ancestry to God. From correspondence to a new glory. We are the ones who measure the time we give. We await the exchange of the creature's act in order to give it again. The creature needs time to digest what we have given and to take another step towards us. If nothing is added to what we have given, we do not continue and we are waiting for his actions in order to give again. That is why it is nothing larger, more importantly, more acceptable to us than a prolix and piously lived existence. Every hour is already further proof of love, fidelity, and sacrifice that the creature has given us. And we also count the minutes, that all may be filled with graces and our divine charisms. We can only count a few hours in a short life. And we cannot give him great things because his actions are few. Therefore, let me do it. I want you to be happy with what I'm doing. And if you want to be happy, think that every hour of your life is a promise of love that you give me and that will serve me to promise to love you more. Doesn't that make you happy? After which I followed my actions in the divine will. I felt on me its empire and its immensity that overwhelmed me internally. My beloved Jesus added, "Dear daughter of my will, to live in my will means to recognize her fatherhood, and the creature who feels like a girl wants to be held on the lap of her father, to live in her home and with justice. For his birth is recognized, it that the Father begotten with so much love and has brought to light, and all other things are seen as external and without the sweet bond of paternity or offspring. The creature thus sees clearly that when she leaves the Father's house, she will be a lost girl who will not even have a den where to form her residence. That is why the one who acts and lives in our divine will tears the sails of our power and finds its creator who loves him powerfully and, by tearing the veil, attracts his creature to love him himself powerfully. The creature has found the sanctuary of divine power and no longer has fear. Because if the Creator is powerful, he is powerful in order to love him and to be loved. Loving a powerful love, the creature plays a game. She tears the veil. Divine love, wisdom, goodness, mercy and divine justice, and finds as many sanctuaries that love him judiciously and with the most tender and excessive kindness, united with an unheard of mercy. These shrines love him. The creature finds this overflowing love that loves him immensely and with justice, according to the order of the divine being. Passing from one sanctuary to another, not outside, but inside these sails, it feels the reflections of its creator. And she loves him wisely, with kindness and tenderness, united with mercy. Which being useless to his God, he turns it for the good of all generations. She feels the love that flows back into her midst. Oh, how she would like to dissolve into love so that she can love her. But justice keeps it. She gives him as much as possible for a creature, just love and confirmation in life. My daughter, how many things of our divine qualities do these sails not hide? But it is given to the one who lives in our divine will, and to no one else, to tear these veils. She alone has the happiness of seeing her God not veiled, but as he is in himself. As we are not recognized for what we are in ourselves. Creatures have low and sometimes twisted ideas of our Supreme Being, this because they do not have in them our will. They do not feel in them the life of the one who created them. They touch our sails, but not what is inside. They therefore find our power as overwhelming and our blinding light. Then if they were in the act of distancing them from us and keeping them at bay, they feel our veiled holiness that shames them. Discouraged, they live immersed in their passions, but with their guilt. Because there is a sentence pronounced by us in the earthly paradise. Here, we don't enter. This place is reserved for the creature who acts and lives in our will. That is why the first ones were driven out. And we placed an angel to forbid them to enter. Our will is the paradise of creatures. Terrestrial on earth and celestial in heaven. And it can be said that an angel watches over him. That who does not want to act and live in his arms and who wants to live in common in his residence would be an intruder if he wanted to enter. But it can't even. Because our sails are so thick that she would not find the way to get there. And just as an angel keeps the entrance, there is another angel who guides and gives the hand to the one who wants to live in our will. Therefore, be happy to die 1,000 times, rather than not living in our will. You should know that the Creator does not take his eyes off the happy creature who wants to live in him. When the creature performs its deeds, the divine will gives it its bath of divine light. This bath gives him strength and makes him feel divine rest. The light being formed, produced in its nature, hidden under its sails. Fecundity, sweetness, flavors and colors. So much so that being in appearance only light, there are hidden qualities in her so beautiful and innumerable that no element can say that he resembles her. On the contrary, it is from this light that the elements implore fertility and goodness. That each element must accomplish in the order in which it has been placed by God. One can call the soul light of created things, symbol of the uncreated light of our divine Fiat that animates everything. With this bath of divine light, as she prepares to perform her deeds in my will, the soul feels so softened, shaped, fragrant, strengthened, purified, radiant and beautiful, that God himself feels delighted by such a rare beauty. This bath of light is like a preparation to cross the threshold and to tear the veil that hides our divine being from human creatures. It is also our interest that the one who lives in our will looks like us and may not do anything that would be unworthy of our majesty 3 times holy. Think, therefore, that my will gives you a bath of light, whenever you are ready to perform your act in its endless light. So be careful to receive it. I continue my abandonment in the divine Fiat. His soft chains enclose me. But not to deprive me of my freedom, no, no. But to make me freer in the divine fields and to defend myself against everything and against all, so that I feel more secure chained by the divine will. By performing my deeds in her, I felt the need to be helped by my Heavenly Mother to support my little acts so that they could receive the smile and satisfaction of the divine. The Heavenly Comforter, who knows how not to refuse anything to those who want to please him, visited my poor soul and he said to me, "My daughter, our Heavenly Mother holds primacy over all the good deeds of creatures. As Queen, she has the mandate and right to take up all the acts of creatures in her actions. Her love of Mother and Queen is so great that when the creature prepares to form its act of love, from the heights of her throne, she brings down a ray of her love, coats and surrounds this act to place his first act of love. The creature's act rises again in this ray and in the source of his love. And she said to her Creator, Adorable Majesty, in my love that always rises to you, here is the love of my children fused into mine and that with my right as Queen I have withdrawn in my sea of love. That you may find in my love that of all creatures. If creatures worship, if they pray, if they repair, if they suffer, the ray of worship descends. From the heights of her throne, the Queen emits the invigorating ray from the sea of his sufferings and clothes and surrounds worship, prayer, the sufferings of creatures. When they have done and formed the act, the ray of light rises again to his throne and merges into the springs and seas of adoration, prayer, reparation, suffering of the Heavenly Mother. She repeats, Most Holy Majesty, my worship extends into all the adorations of creatures, my prayer prays in their prayers, repairs with their reparations. As a mother, my sufferings clothe and surround their sufferings. I wouldn't feel like Queen if I didn't run to put my first act in all their actions. I would not taste the sweetness of being a mother if I were not going to surround, help, compensate, beautify, and strengthen all the acts of the creatures so that I could say, the actions of my children are one with mine, I hold them in my power. I pray to God to defend them, to help them, and may they be the sure pledge of their coming to me in heaven. That is why, my daughter, you are never alone in your actions. You have with you your heavenly mom, who not only surrounds you, but who with the light of his virtues nourishes your actions to give them life. You must know that the sovereign queen, from her immaculate conception, was the one and only creature to form the ring of conjunction between the Creator and the creature, which had been broken by Adam. She accepted the divine mandate to connect God and men. She connected them with her first acts of fidelity, sacrifice, heroism. By making his will die in each of his acts, not once, but always. In order to revive the life of God. It is from there that a divine source of love came out, who united God and man in all his deeds. Her deeds, her maternal love, her queen's reign are the cements, who unite with his own the acts of creatures to make them inseparable. Except for the ungrateful creature who refuses to receive the cement of his mother's love. So you have to be convinced that around your patience, there is the patience of the Mother Queen who surrounds, supports, and nourishes yours. Around your sufferings, his sufferings surround you that support and nourish like a balsamic oil the hardness of your sufferings. She is the busy queen, who does not know how to remain idle on his throne of glory. She descends, runs like a mother in deeds for the needs of her children. Thank her, therefore, for so many maternal solicitudes. Thank God for having given all generations a mother. If holy and so kind, she loves so much that she can trace all the actions of her children, to clothe them with his own, and to compensate for what they lack in beauty and goodness. After which I continued my usual round in the created things in order to follow what the divine will had done in them. Oh! How beautiful and delightful they seemed to me! Every time I come back I find surprises that enchant me, novelties that I had not understood, the old and new love of God that is never mute. My mind wandered in the horizons of creation. My Jesus surprised me and said to me, my little daughter of my will, our works are beautiful, aren't they? They cannot change or transform. Creation says and reveals our divine being, our solidity in our works, our balance and universality in all things. As pleasant or unpleasant as our things may be, our immutability always keeps its place of honor. We have not changed anything in what we have created. If the creature sees and feels such multiple changes, it is she herself who changes and transforms in every circumstance. As she changes internally as well as externally, it seems to her that our works are changing. These are his changes, who surround it and who have the strength to take it out of our immutability. In us everything is continual and balanced. What we did in creation still continues. Everything was done for a creature who had to live in our will. When the creature gets in order with her, our creative work develops its continual act in the creature. She then feels the life of our immutability, the perfect balance of our works, our love that loves him always and constantly. Where we find our will, we continue the work of our creation. Not because ours has been interrupted by the fact that the creature does not do our will. No, it's not likely to happen. But because it lacks the reason why it was created, which is to do our will. And that's why creatures don't have not the eyes to see our perfect balance that remains above them to balance their works and make them immutable of our immutability. nor the ears to hear what our works say, nor the hands to touch them and receive the continual love we offer them. Therefore, creatures make themselves strangers to the house of their heavenly Father as our actions continue their course. But for them, they remain as suspended and without effects. I always return to the divine will. It seems that my little soul is taking flight in its light, to consume me and lose my life in him. But once consumed, I was then reborn to a new love, to a new light, knowledge, strength, and union with Jesus and his divine will. Oh! Happy resurrection that brings so much good to my soul. It seems to me that my soul in the divine will is always in the act of dying in order to receive new life and to form little by little the resurrection of my will. Then my great good Jesus visited my little soul and he said to me, "My daughter, our will is the first point and the unchanging and unwavering support of the creature. It is then carried in the arms of our immensity so that nothing falters in it or outside, but that everything becomes firmness and unsurpassable fortitude. That is why we want her to do our will and nothing else, in order to find in the depths of her soul our sanctuary. This hearth that always burns and never goes out, the light that forms the divine and eternal day. When it rains, our will frees from all that is human. From the center of his soul, the creature gives us divine acts, divine honors, divine prayers and a divine love, who possess invincible strength and unsurpassable love. When in my will you wanted to embrace all the works of those who are in heaven and creatures that are on earth, that all may ask that the divine will be done on earth as in heaven. All the works have remained marked by the great honor, to ask that my Fiat be the life of every creature and that he reign and dominate. Our divinity received the highest honor, that all works ask for life, the kingdom of the divine will. Not a single rescript of grace is granted by us unless it bears the golden signature of our will. The gates of heaven are only open to the one who wants to do our will. Our paternal knees cannot receive her to take her in our arms and make her rest in our loving womb unless she comes as the daughter of our will. See, therefore, the great diversity observed by our Supreme Being. By creating the sky, the sun, the earth, etc. In relation to the creation of man. In creating things, he placed a enough is enough, so that they can neither grow nor decrease, although he has put in them all the sumptuousness, beauty, and magnificence of the works that came out of our creative hands. On the contrary, by creating man, as we were to have in him our headquarters and so our dominant will and at work, our Supreme Being did not say enough is enough. No. He gave man the virtue of making a multiplicity. Works, words, steps, all different from each other. Our will in man would remain prevented, if he had not received the virtue of always making new works, without being subject to a single and unique one. To repeat the same word, to take the same steps in the same way. He was created by us King of creation. Because the Creator, the King of kings, should live in man, it was right that he who formed the residence of our divine being was the little king who would dominate the things we had created. And he himself, out of love for us, had to have the power to realize not a single work, but numerous works, new sciences, so that we can begin new things, and also in order to honor the one who lives in him and who, having a familiar conversation with him, taught him to do and say so many wonderful things. That is why our love in creating man was unsurpassable to such an extent that it had to cover all the centuries in order to give and receive love and form in man the kingdom of our divine will. We have no other purpose or sacrifice towards the creature, except that of doing our will. In order to be able to give her the title of king over herself and over created things, and to be able to live in it with the decency and honors that belong to our citadel and our palace. I surrendered myself in the divine will. My beloved Jesus added, "My good daughter, you must know that our will lives, reigns, and sits at the center of our divine being. It is one with us and from its center emanate the rays of its light that fill heaven and earth. The acts of the one who lives in our will are formed at the center of his life, which is our divine being. On the other hand, he who only does our will also does good, but he does not live in her. His acts are formed in the rays that emanate from his center. There is a difference between the one who can work in the light that the sun spreads from the center of his sphere, and the one that can go up to the center of light. This one will feel the consumption and the rebirth of his being in this center of light in such a way that it would be difficult for him to detach himself from this sphere of light. On the other hand, those who work in the light that fills the earth do not feel the intense force of the light that consumes them, and they do not be reborn in this light. Although they do good, they remain what they are. This is the difference between the one who lives in my will and the one who does my will. So many times the soul acts in my will. So many times it is reborn to the divine life and consumes itself to die to what is human. How beautiful these resurrections of the soul are! Suffice it to say that they are formed by the wisdom and mastery of the divine craftsman, which says all the beauty and all the good that we can do with the creature. My abandonment in the divine Fiat continues. His power imposes itself on me. He wants me to recognize him as the life of each of my actions in order to be able to extend, with his power, new heavens of beauty and love. To be able to recognize his act in my act. To recognize that he does not know how to do small things, but only great things and capable of astonishing the whole sky. And in order to be able to compete with all his works. On the other hand, if I do not recognize him, my act cannot receive the power of the act of the divine will. It remains the act of a creature without its power. Oh! Divine will, make me always recognize you in order to be able to put in my act the glorious potentiality of the works of your adorable will. I thought this when my beloved Jesus made a brief visit to my poor soul. He said to me, "My daughter, recognize what my will can do in the creature's act. Forms the divine act in it. This act serves as the basis for my divine will to put the divine beginning in it. By forming him she clothes him with his immutability. Thus the creature will feel in his act a divine beginning that has no end, an immutability that never changes. She will have in her the sound of the bell of her continual act that continues its course. This is the sign that shows whether the soul has received in its acts the divine beginning, continuation. A prolific act says that God lives in his deeds, it says the confirmation of the good. For so great is the value, the grace, the powers of a continual act that it fulfills his little voids of an intensity of love. Its small weaknesses to which human nature is subject. It can be said that a continual act, a continual virtue, is the judge, the order, and the sentinel of the creature. That is why I attach so much importance to your actions being continual. For they have in them my act. You would feel my dishonored act in yours. Do you see, my daughter, so great is my outpouring of love, that I want all that I have done for the creature to be recognized. And this only in order to give. I have a burning desire to give. I want to train custodians of my life, of my works, of my sufferings, of my tears, of everything. But I can't give them if they're not recognized. Not recognizing them prevents me from approaching to deposit in the creatures what with so much love I want to give them. They would then remain without the effects. They would be like blind people who do not see what surrounds them. Knowledge is, on the contrary, for the soul the vision that gives rise to desire and love. And therefore gratitude to me who desires so much to give. The souls then jealously guard the treasure that I deposited in them as according to the circumstances, they use of my life as a guide. Of my works to confirm their works. Of my sufferings to endure their sufferings, and of my tears to wash themselves if they are stained. And, oh! How happy I am if they use me and my works to help themselves. This was my purpose in coming to earth. To be among them and in them, the little brother who helps them in their needs. When they recognize me, I only reflect in them to seal the good they have recognized, a bit like the sun, which by reflecting its light on plants and flowers communicates the substance of flavors and colors. Not in appearance, but in reality. So if you want to receive a lot, seek to know what my will has done and continues to do in creation, what she did in the redemption. And I will enlarge you without denying you anything of what I let you know. Know on the contrary that if I do not stop to behave towards you as a master and to make you know so many other things that concern me, it is because I want to continue to give you what I make known to you. I wouldn't be happy if I didn't have something to give, and always new things, to my daughter. I therefore look forward to you putting into your soul what you have learned so that you can consider it your own. As you set it up, and in order to help you, I continue to caress you, to shape you and to strengthen you by expanding your capacity. In short, I renew what I did when I created the first creature. Even more, these are my things that you have known and which I want to deposit in you. I don't want to confide in anyone, not even you. I want myself and with my creative hands to prepare their place and place them in you. And to keep them safe, I surround them of my love, of my strength and of my light, as guards. Therefore, be attentive and do not let anything escape you. And you will give me the time and space to make you the most wonderful surprises. After which my little intelligence continued to cross the endless sea of divine will. My greatest good, Jesus added. My daughter, we have endless and divine fields and seas. They are filled with joys, beatitudes and enchanting beauties of all kinds, and they possess the virtue of always offering new joys and beauties all different from each other. However, these seas and fields are filled with countless beatitudes. But we do not find life pulsating while we are the life and the heart of all things, even our joys. It lacks the heart of the creature, which pulsates in ours and which fills with life our endless fields and seas. Now, do you want to know who brings us his life? This is not a new thing. We have quantities. She is the one who comes to live in our will. For by overflowing out of us, our will forms for us our seas and our divine fields filled with all possible and imaginable happiness. And the creature comes into these fields as life. We have the great happiness and glory that she can give us a life. And though this life comes from us, the creature is free to be or not to be in our divine fields. And the creature loses and sacrifices its human freedom to take in our will divine freedom and live as life in our fields and seas without limits. And, oh, how beautiful it is to see this life that is breathed among the compact crowds of our happiness and joys, and throws his seed, his grain of wheat, image of his will which forms there his ear, so really great, but in reality and not in appearance, of active and pulsating life in our celestial field. Or as a small fish, also symbol of his will that like a life pulsates, swims in our sea, lives and feeds, has fun and plays thousands of games with its creator, not as a joy, but as a life. There is a big difference between those who can give us our joys and those who can give us a life. That is why we can say that our fields are deserted and our seas without fish when the life of creatures is missing. To fill them in and to enable us to give and receive life for life. But the time will come when they will be filled and we will have full contentment and great glory. That in the midst of our many joys, we will have an abundance of lives that will come to live in these fields and give us life for life. But you must know that these fields and seas are at the disposal of those who live on earth and who want to have for life our divine will, and not of those who live in heaven. For these souls cannot add one iota to what they have done. They live a life of happiness and joy in our divine fields, not an active life. It can be said of these souls that what they have done is done. On the contrary, it is after lives of action and conquest on earth that we sigh, those who on earth enter our fields to work and conquer in the divine way. Even more, when man sinned, he came out of our will and the doors of our fields were justly closed to him. We now want, after so many centuries, to open these doors to the one who wants to enter, without forcing her, but freely, in order to populate our divine fields and to give a new form, a whole new way of life to the creature, and to be able to receive from it no longer works, but in each of its acts a life formed of our very life. This is the reason why I speak to you so much about my will with the power of my creative word. I will dispose of them. I will give them the desire. I will change their human will, and knowing that I want to open the doors, they will knock and I will open them immediately in order to satisfy myself and to have my happy people to whom I will give myself, for the exchange of my life that I have given for them. Their lives in exchange for mine. I have never spoken without reason or in vain. I spoke in creation. My word has served to form the admirable things of the whole universe. I spoke in the redemption. My word, my gospel, serves as a guide, light, and support for my church. It can be said that my word is the substance and my life pulsating in the bosom of the church. And if I have spoken and still speak of my divine will, it won't be in vain, no. But I will have the admirable effects. The life of my will be known, active and thrilling within the creatures. Aussi les moi faire, etje disposer I les choses de telle sorte que ma parole ne restera pas lettre morte, mais vivre et donnera la vie avec tous ses admirables effets. Plus encore, nos mers et nos champs celestes will be like a mother to the wealthy souls who will want to live in them. They will educate them in the divine way. They will feed them with delicacies of choice taken from the celestial table. They will raise them in a noble and holy way, so that in all their actions, their steps, and their words, it will be written in clear terms that they are like their Creator. God will recognize the melody of His voice in their speech, His power in their works, the gentle movement of His steps running in theirs. Delighted He will be able to say, "Who is the one who looks like me? Who knows how to imitate my soft, harmonious, and strong voice capable of stirring both heaven and earth? Who is she? Who is she? Ah! She is the one who lives in our divine fields. It is right that it resembles us in everything, as much as possible for the creature. She is our daughter, and that is enough. We allow it to imitate us, to resemble us. It will be our glory, our creative work, the one after whom His heavenly Father sighs. These souls will form the new hierarchy in their heavenly region where a place is reserved for them and no one else is given to occupy. I felt flooded by the sea of light of the divine will. Oh! How much I would like to be like the little fish in this sea. To see, touch and breathe nothing but light, living light. Oh! How happy I would be to hear myself say that I am the daughter of the Heavenly Father. I thought this and other things when the darling of my life, the sweet and sovereign Jesus, visited my poor soul by bringing from His adorable person an endless sea of light from which came souls who inhabited the earth and the sky. And Jesus called me and said, "My daughter, I want you to come here in this light." The virtue of my light, its movement as a fountain of life does nothing but bring out of its bosom of light souls, that is, the life of creatures. Its power is such that its movement brings out the soul. I want my dear daughter here with me within my light, that is, my will. Because when souls are formed and come out, I don't want to be alone and I want your company so that you recognize the great prodigy of the creation of souls and the excess of our love. And since I want you in my will, I want to place them in you and entrust them to you. Not to leave them alone in their pilgrimage on earth, but to have someone who protects and defends them with me. Oh! How sweet is the company of the one who cares for the lives that come out of me. It is so pleasing to me that I make of the one who lives in my will the depository of the creation of souls, the channel through which I bring them to the light in order to make them return to the celestial region. I want to give everything to those who want to live in my fiat. Their company is necessary to my love, to my effusions and to my works, who need to be recognized. Acts that are not recognized are comparable to works. who do not know triumph and glory, who do not sing victory. Therefore, do not deny me your company. That would be to deny your Jesus an outpouring of love. My works would not have the company and satisfaction of the creature, they would remain isolated. My contained love would be transformed into justice. After which I thought of the birth of the little child Jesus. Especially when he came out of the womb. The heavenly child said to me, "My dearest daughter, you must know that barely out of my mom's womb, I felt the need for love and divine affection. I left my heavenly Father in Empiria, we loved each other with divine love. Everything was divine between the divine persons, affections, holiness, power, etc. I didn't want that to change when I came to earth. My divine will prepared the divine mother for me to have. The divine Father in heaven and the divine mother on earth. Coming out of the womb, in the extreme need of these divine affections, I rushed into the arms of my mother to receive her divine love as the first food, the first breath, the first act of life for my little humanity. She brought forth the seas of divine love that my Fiat had formed in her to love me with a divine love as my Father loved me in heaven. And, oh, how happy I was! I found my paradise in my mother's love. Now, you know that true love never says enough. If he could say so, he would lose the nature of true divine love. That is why even in my mother's arms, while I was taking food, breath, and love, a paradise that she gave me, my love extended, became immense, embraced the centuries, followed, ran, called, became delusional, because he wanted the divine daughters. My will, to appease my love, presented to me the divine daughters whom with the passage of the centuries he would have formed for me. I looked at them, kissed them, loved them, and I received the breath of their divine affections. And I saw that the divine queen would not remain alone, but that she would have the generations of our divine daughters. My will knows how to make change and give transformation, and how to form the noble graft of the human into divine. Therefore, when I see you working in her, I feel myself giving and repeating the paradise that my mother gave me when she received in her arms the little child that I was. That is why she who makes my will and lives in her makes rise and forms the sweet and beautiful hope that this kingdom will come to earth. And I feel happy in the paradise of the creature that my Fiat has formed in it. As my mind continued to think of what Jesus had told me, with very tender and intense love, he added, "My good daughter, our love runs continuously towards the creature. Our love movement never stops running. In the heartbeat, in the thoughts of the mind, in the breath of the lungs, in circulating blood. He always runs and runs to revive with our note and our love movement. The heart, the thought, and the breath. He wants the meeting of thrilling love. With the breath of love. With the thought that receives and gives us love. And while our love runs with inimitable speed, the love of the creature does not meet ours. He stays behind and does not follow the race of our love that runs without ever stopping. And since he doesn't see us, he doesn't even follow us as we continue to shoot. In the beating of his heart. In the breath and in the whole being of the creature. And in our delirium we exclaim. Our love is neither known, nor received, nor loved by the creature, and if it receives it, it is without knowing it. Oh! How hard it is to love and not to be loved! And yet, if our love were to stop running, their lives would stop right now. It would be like a clock, if there is the cord, it makes its ticking sound and indicates admirably the hours and minutes. And it serves to maintain the agenda and public order. If the cord ceases to wind the clock, we no longer hear the ticking, it stops and remains lifeless. And there can be a lot of mess because the clock doesn't work anymore. The cord of the creature is my love that runs like a celestial cord. And then the heart beats, the blood circulates and it forms the breath. This can be called the hours, minutes, and moments of the creature's life clock. And we see that if I do not run the cord of my love the creatures cannot live, and yet, I am not loved. My love continues its course, but in a painful and delusional love. Who will take away this suffering and soften our delirium of love? the one who will have our divine will for life. It is his life that will form the chord in the heart, breath, and succession of the creature. It will form a sweet enchantment with our love, and our chord and its own will walk with the same step. Our continual ticking will be followed by his, and our love will no longer be alone in his race, but he will pursue it with the creature. That is why I want nothing but my will in the creature. My abandonment continues in the divine fiat, but one thought worried me. How can this kingdom of the divine will ever come? Sin abounds, evil increases, creatures seem to me unwilling to receive such a great good, to the point that among all the good souls that may exist, there is not one who really wants to worry about making known the divine will. If God does not perform a miracle by his omnipotence, the kingdom of the divine will be able to remain in heaven, but for the earth, it is useless to think about it. I was thinking about this and other things when my beloved Jesus, while making his usual visit to my soul, said to me, "My daughter, anything is possible for us. The impossibilities, the difficulties, the impassable escarpments of the creatures melt before our supreme majesty like snow under a fiery sun. Everything is there if we want to. Everything else is nothing." Isn't that what happened in the redemption? Sin abounded more than ever, there was barely a small circle of people who fervently awaited the Messiah, and among them, how many hypocrisies, how many sins of all kinds, and even idolatry. But it was decreed that I had to come to earth. In the face of our decrees, all evils together cannot prevent what we want to do. A single act of our will glorifies us more than offends us with all the evils and sins of creatures. Because our act of will is divine and immense. In its immensity, it embraces eternity, every century, and it extends to all creatures. That is why it is not up to our infinite wisdom not to give life to a single act of our will because of the evils of creatures. We take out what we need to do on our divine side and we do it. We leave creatures in their human side and we act as sovereigns, we rule over all and all things, even evil, and we issue our decrees. Just as my coming to earth was our decree, the kingdom of our will on earth is also decreed. It can be said that both are one and the same decree, and that the first act of this decree having been accomplished, it remains the second. It is true that the good dispositions of creatures are necessary to give the great good that an act of our will can produce. Therefore it can at most take time while we act in the midst of the evils of the creatures in order to dispose of them. It is true that times are bad, that the people themselves are tired. They see that all avenues are closed and do not find a way out even to satisfy basic natural needs. The oppressions, the demands of the leaders are unbearable, a just suffering since they have elected as leaders men without God, of bad life, without justification, and who deserve to be in prison rather than at the head. Many thrones and empires have been overthrown and those that remain are shaky and about to be defeated, so that the earth will be almost without a king and delivered to the hands of iniquitous men. Poor people, my poor children under the regime of men without mercy, heartless and graceless to be able to serve as a guide to their subjects. The time of the Jewish people is already repeating itself when I was about to come to earth and they were without a king and under the rule of a foreign empire, barbaric and idolatrous men who did not even know their Creator. And yet it was the sign of my imminent coming among them. There are many similarities between this time and the present time, with the disappearance of thrones and empires and the announcement that the kingdom of my divine will is no longer far away. Having a peaceful and universal kingdom, they will not need a king who dominates them, and each will be his own king. My will be for them law, guide, support, life, and absolute king of each and every one, and all arbitrary and unjustified leaders will shatter, and the wind will carry away their dust. Nations will therefore continue to fight among themselves, some to wage war, others revolutions, among themselves and against my church. There is a fire in their midst that devours them without giving them peace, and they do not know how to give peace. It is the fire of sin and the fire of action without God that does not give them peace. They will never have peace if they do not call God among them as a regime and bond of union and peace. And I let them do it, and I will make them touch with their hands what it means to be without God. But this will not prevent the coming of the kingdom of my supreme fiat. All these things are creatures, of the world below, which my power overthrows and disperses whenever it wants. And it brings out of the storm the very serene sky and the brightest sun. The kingdom of my divine will comes from the heights of heaven, it is formed and decreed within the divine persons, and no one can touch it or they scatter. We will first work with a single creature and form in it the first kingdom, then in a few others, and then with our omnipotence we will spread it everywhere. Be sure and don't worry if the ailments get worse. Our power, our conquering love possesses the virtue of always winning. Our will can do anything, and with invincible patience, it knows how to wait, even for centuries. But what she wants, she has to do, and it is much more than all the evils of creatures. Its invincible power and infinite value will be like drops of water. Their evils as so many nothings that will serve the triumph of our love and the great glory of our accomplished will. And when we have the great glory of forming his kingdom into one creature, it will be like a sun that all will have the right and pleasure to possess. Better than a sun, its light will give the right to all creatures to possess such a holy kingdom. And with infinite wisdom we will abound graces, light, supports and surprising means to enable them to make reign the kingdom of my divine will among them. Therefore, let me do it. When your Jesus tells you, enough is enough, it will already be done. We evils and all creatures together have no right or power over our will and cannot prevent a single act of our will willed by the decrees of our wisdom. After which I continued to think of the divine Fiat, and my sweet Jesus added, my daughter, my will is light and the human will is a dark room where the poor creature lives. When my will enters this dark room, he illuminates it entirely into the most remote corners of the soul. My will becomes the light of thought, speech, action, and steps, but with wonderful diversity. Thoughts take on a variety of colors animated by the light. And speech, action, steps all take on another variety of colors. And when the creature repeats the thought, the word, the action, the steps animated by the light of my will, the shadows of the divine colors are thus formed. And the beauty is that all colors are animated by light. Oh! How beautiful it is to see the creature animated by the rainbow of our divine colors! It is one of the most beautiful scenes that presents itself to us and that delights us. We look and we see. That it is nothing but the reflection of our thoughts, actions, etc., that has formed the variety of our divine colors, and that it is our will that displays light in the acts of the creature, which delights us with its sweet enchantment and makes us spectators of our actions. And how lovingly we await the repetition of these scenes so beautiful and so delightful. I continue to follow the divine will. I always feel it on me who locks himself in my actions to have the satisfaction of telling me, your act is mine because it has in it my life that formed it. It seems to me that with a gentle, loving, and kind patience, he observes me in order to enclose his life and the movement of his steps in mine to be able to imprison himself in my act while remaining immense as it is. But who can say how I feel under the empire of the divine will? I am still the tiny little ignorant girl who barely knows the ABC of the divine will. Words often fail me, and if my mind is full, who knows how many things I would like to say, but I can't find the words to express it, and I pass. On which my sweet Jesus surprised me by saying, Ma fille, ma volant agit de bien des facons surprenants et difference selon les dispositions des creatures. Souvent elle fait savoir si tu el voût, mais les auxiliary creatures le sont de le faire au lieu de ne pas le faire, et cela s'appelle un volant voulu. To this is sometimes added the commanded will, and it then gives a double grace to keep the commandment, and this for all Christians. Not to do so then means that one is not even a Christian. The other way is the operative will, which works in the act of the creature and acts in this act as if it were his own, and where my will therefore puts his life, his holiness, his operative virtue. But to get there, this soul must be accustomed to the willed and commanded will that prepares the emptiness in the human act in order to receive the acting act of the divine Fiat. But it does not stop there, the acting calls for the act accomplished, and the act performed is the holiest, most powerful, most beautiful, and brightest act that my divine will can accomplish. And the act being accomplished, all that my will has done is then contained in the act, so that one sees flowing and abide in this act the sky, the sun, the stars, the sea, and the heavenly bliss, all things and all creatures. Surprised, I said to him, but how can a single act enclose everything in him? It sounds incredible. And Jesus added, why, amazing! Can my will not do everything and enclose everything in the greatest act as in the smallest? You must know that in the accomplished acts of my will there is the inseparability of all that it has done and will do. Otherwise it would not be a single act, but an act that would remain subject to a succession of acts, which can be neither in our divine being nor in our will. Creation is a palpable example of this. Look at heaven, the accomplished act of Fiat, stool of the heavenly fatherland where all happiness and joy with angels and saints run, and where we form our throne. This sky forms the azure vault over the heads of creatures, and in this same space appears the multitude of stars, but they do not extend beyond the sky. Further down there is the sun, the wind, the air, the sea, but always under this same space of the sky. And while each one accomplishes his task, so great is their inseparability that at the same time and the same place we see the sun darts its rays of light, the wind whistle and cast its refreshing breaths, and the air lets itself breathe. The sea makes its whisper heard, and they seem to be merged as their inseparability is so great. So much so that the creature can at the same time and in the same place enjoy the sky, the sun, the wind, the sea, and the flowers of the earth. The acts performed by my divine will are not subject to separation because from the one will that unites them, it is by force and by unitive power that they are united. It is therefore not surprising that in the performed act that my will performs in the creature, it encloses everything. And that everything is represented as if you could see all his works inside a window. While everything remains in its position. And all of them reflect with admirable power the accomplished act of my will in the act of the creature. It is for this reason that in an accomplished act of my will, both within and outside the creature, the value is so great that whatever we give, we always have something to give. Because the creature does not have the ability to take all the value it contains. He fills her to the brim, overflows outside, forms seas around her, and what has she taken? Very little, because this act encloses the infinite and the creature is unable to take the infinite value of an act of my divine Fiat. It would be easier to enclose all the light in the circle of its pupil, and this is impossible. The eye can fill with light, but how many seas of light remain outside the pupil? Why? Because there is a divine Fiat in this sun that it is not given to his inclore pupil. Creatures will be able to take as much light as they want, but without ever exhausting it. There will never be a true image of an accomplished act of my will in the creature. Therefore, be attentive and make sure that the life of my will is in your actions. As usual, I was doing my round in the acts of the divine will. In her and with her, it seemed to me that I could embrace all things, remember everything, and see all that the divine will had done. This infinite theatre presented itself to my little mind, which made me taste countless divine scenes of indescribable sweetness, and the most beautiful and delightful scenes that the power of the divine Fiat had produced in the round of creation, redemption, and sanctification. It seems to me that this round has been made over the centuries, and in this round so many beautiful and wonderful things have been accomplished that heaven and earth are amazed, and this round has been made so that we can go around it and make ourselves known all that the divine Fiat can do and all that it does out of love for us. I was turning in the infinite circle of the divine will when my kind Jesus, visiting his little newborn, said to me, "Little girl of my will, if you could know how much I like to see you turn in the infinite round of my divine Fiat and to see your surprise at its wonders, its admirable and adorable works, its enchanting and delightful scenes. In my enthusiasm for love, I say, how happy I am that my daughter is a spectator and admires the admirable scenes of the one who created them for her. But that's not all. You must know that to acquire a property, there must be someone to grant it, to give the freedom to visit it to the one who will acquire it, to lead it almost by the hand to make him see all. The property contained in the property. The fountains it owns. The rarity of its plants. Soil fertility. And all this serves to turn the head of the one who should acquire it. And for the one who should acquire it, it is necessary. Asterisk that it expects ownership to be granted to it. Asterisk that it make considerable arrangements to bind the person who should transfer the property so that he is no longer able to withdraw. Thus, my blessed daughter, as I want to give the kingdom of my divine will, it is necessary that you make your tour in its divine properties. I take you by the hand to make you see its endless seas, goods, wonders, amazing wonders, joys, happinesses and all things of infinite value that he possesses. So that knowing him, you love him and become so in love with him that not only you would not want to live without him, but that you would give your life to acquire a kingdom so holy, so peaceful and so beautiful. But that's not enough yet. You need guarantees, advances and arrangements on your part. Our love and goodness are such that we want to give our will and ownership to the creature. We make available to him what our will has done so that creatures can use it as an equivalent of pledges and arrangements to receive such a great gift. So when you do your tour in creation, you look at the sky and you are pleased to see the beautiful azure vault lined with stars, the sun sparkling with light. You recognize and feel the thrilling Fiat that created everything for the love of creatures. And with the little love that comes out of your heart you love the one who loved you so much. Your love is sealed in the heights of the sky, in the light of the sun, and you give us the sky as a pledge, the stars as advances and the sun as an arrangement. Because it is for you that they were created, and so it is enough for you to possess our will as life since it is already yours and it can be a valid arrangement to obtain his kingdom. So, by touring all the other things created, you recognize them and you love us. And every time you repeat your rounds, you also repeat the pledges, you make the arrangements and you organize and arrange things to give graces and supports so that you can give as kingdom the great gift of Fiat Voluntas Killa on earth as in heaven. We know that the creature has nothing to give us. And our love imposes on us to give our actions as if they were his own. To put in his hands our works as a divine coin so that it has sufficient means to bargain with our Supreme Being. But if she has nothing, she has her little love out of ours in the act of her creation and it does, however, possess a particle of God's infinite love. And when the creature loves us, it disposes of the attitude of the infinite and we feel the magnetic force of the particle of our infinite love. This palpitation of love in her that loves us, that elevates her, extends her to the point of reaching us and wanting to enter the infinity from which she came. Oh! How much it delights us, and in the enthusiasm of our love, we say, who can resist the force of our infinite love that comes out of the creature and loves us? Giving heaven and earth seems to us little to pay for it with his little love which although small possesses the particle of infinity. And that is enough for us. Oh! KCE precious gage d'amour de la creature nous est du et cher. Et comme il nest rien dans la ronde des siècles qui en est uni à notre volonté, ta tournée dans la création de l'homme est un visite que tu fais afin de savoir what I have accomplished and what seas of grace, holiness, and love of man have been put into his creation. You would then like to make this love yours in order to love us. And you make your arrangements with us, with the very deeds by which we created man. And when you make your tour in the creation of the Virgin, in its seas of graces, in my coming to earth and in all that I have done and suffered, you offer as an arrangement the Queen of Heaven, my life itself and all my deeds. My will is everything. To give himself to the creature, Allah wants to be recognized. She wants to have something to do, she wants to haggle with the creature. The more the creature visits it in his deeds, the more my will finds in it pledges and arrangements and it begins the disbursement of its capital. Aren't all the truths and knowledge I have given you about the divine will capital that I have placed in your soul? And my will is so exuberant that it can fill the whole world. Light, love, holiness, graces and peace. And is it not after a round in his deeds that I am already waiting for you with all my love to give you his pledges and his advances that his kingdom would come to earth? You gave your pledges and my Fiat gave you his. It can be said that every truth and every word that my will said about her were the arrangements she was making to form this kingdom. A levy that she asked for to train her army. A capital that it paid to maintain it. Joys and delights to attract creatures. A divine force to conquer them. Because before we act, we order everything. Then we demonstrate that we have made known the acts we have performed. And as we want to give this good to the creatures, it is necessary, just and reasonable to want it with at least one creature so that from that creature it passes to another. We do not perform our works in the air. But we want a small mound to form our greatest works. Wasn't the Queen of Heaven our little mound to form our great work of redemption, which then spread to all and all who want her? Therefore, may your flight into my will be continuous in order to exchange your wages for his capital and to hasten the coming of his kingdom on the face of the earth. After which I felt more than usual immersed in the divine fiat, and my sovereign Jesus added, "My daughter, when my divine will works in the soul, it is immediately known. By working, it extends in the human being. Sweetness, gentleness, peace, fortitude, firmness. Before this work, she blows and imprints in him her omnipotent fiat that unfolds her sky around the work he wants to accomplish. It seems that without his heaven my will does not know how to work. During her work she makes her sweet and harmonious echo resonate in the three divine persons by calling them to the light of what she does in the soul. The will is one with the divine persons in that it fulfills in the soul. What she does in the divine persons produces her powerful echo in the creature. In this echo my will brings him the admirable secrets, the ineffable sweetness, the inseparable love of which the divine persons love, and the gentle agreement between them. This echo is the bearer of the most intimate things of the Supreme Being in the creature. Where my will works, the echo of one merges into the other. The one above is the divine revealer, the one of the depths that resonates in God possesses the virtue of speaking with power in the divine ways for the good of creatures and that same love that the divine persons want. My will forms with its power the sweet chains, and it identifies and transforms God in the creature in such a way that God feels redone in the creature and the creature feels remade in God. Oh! My will, how admirable and powerful you are! You stretch your soft chains. You bind God and the creatures so that everything returns to my divine womb. My little soul continues to cross the endless sea of the divine fiat. And, oh! What a surprise, after feeling like I've traveled a long road, I realize that I've only taken a few steps compared to the ones I still have to take. The path is so endless that even if I walked for centuries, I would still be in the beginning. There is so much to know about the divine will that when I am in this sea, I always feel like an ignorant little one who has barely learned the vowels of the divine will. Perhaps I will learn the consonants in the heavenly homeland that I hope to reach immediately. Oh! How I wish I could inspire the pity of heaven to end my long exile. But after all, fiat, fiat, fiat. My ever-kind Jesus, out of compassion for me, hugged me and said, "My blessed daughter, courage, do not afflict you so much. For now, I want your heaven to be my divine will. She will be your heavenly homeland on earth. She will not fail to rejoice you and also to give you pure joys from above. Where it rains, my will has the power to make use of many fashions to give new surprises of joy and satisfaction, so that the soul that possesses it may have its paradise on earth. It exercises its spreading domination in the mind, in the words, in the whole heart and being of the creature, even in the smallest movement. Oh! That his dominance is gentle. It is domination and life. Domination and strength. Domination and light that disperse darkness. It removes barriers that can prevent good. And his reign puts the enemies on the run. In short, the creature feels carried by the domination of the divine will. Under his reign the creature remains master of itself. His actions end of the divine will itself, which although it dominates and reigns, is of a sweetness, of a force and of such sweetness, that she unites with the creature and wants the two to reign together. Because his reign is peaceful, my will gives to all the acts of the creature the kiss of peace. This kiss, sweet and sweet, captivates the human will in the divine will. Together they extend their reign to form the divine kingdom in the depths of the soul. There is nothing more beautiful, more expensive, greater, and more holy than to feel the dominion of my will flow in all deeds. And in the whole being of the creature, I could say that heaven comes second, after the reign of my will in the heart of the creature that is still on the way. Because in the saints, my will has nothing more to add. All that remains is for him to congratulate them eternally. On the contrary, in the soul that is still on the way, there are the works that my will can accomplish in the soul. A new life that it can infuse. New conquests to be obtained. In order to further expand his empire. The total dominion of my divine will in the creature is our continual victory. Every act she performs in the creature through her domination is a victory we win. And the creature remains victorious over my divine will in his deeds. In heaven, on the other hand, we have nothing more to conquer because everything belongs to us, and each blessed has completed his work by exhaling. That is why our work of conquest is on earth in souls on a journey, not in heaven. In heaven, we have nothing to lose or nothing to acquire. When my divine will is assured of its total dominion in the creature, it begins to speak. You must know that each of his words is a creation. My will cannot remain idle where it reigns, and since it possesses creative virtue, it does not know how to speak without creating. But what does it create? It is she herself that she wants to create in the creature, she wants to flaunt her divine qualities, and she does it word after word, almost as I did in the creation of the universe where I said not only one word, but as many words as there were separate things that I wanted to create. The soul costs us more than the entire universe, and when my will is assured of its reign, it does not spare its words. When it receives the deed of its creative word, my will expands the creature's capacity and prepares it for further deeds. So that my will speaks and creates light, it speaks and creates sweetness. She speaks and creates divine fortitude, she speaks and creates her day of peace. She speaks and creates her knowledge, and each of his words is the bearer of the creation of the good that he possesses and reveals. Her word is a harbinger of the good she wants to create in the soul. Who will be able to tell you the value of a single word of my divine will? And how many skies, seas of riches, what variety of beauties does it have in the wealthy creature that possesses its sweet and happy domination? And after work, it is joy, happiness that comes. My will is by nature rich in innumerable joys. She watches over the creature who has lent himself to receive the creation of his words and, oh, how happy she is! For she sees that every creation received gives birth to endless joy and happiness. She then switches from speech mode to congratulation mode. And to make the creature even happier, my will does not put itself aside. No, she congratulates herself with the creature. And to rejoice her even more, my will explains to her the nature and diversity of the joys she has created in her soul, only because she loves her and wants to see her happy. And given that joys and happinesses, when they are alone, are not complete and appear to be dying, I leave myself with you so that I can always congratulate you and prepare the new joys, works of my creative word. That is why the only feast and happiness we have on earth is the soul that allows itself to be possessed by the reign of my supreme will. It is in it that our word, our life, and our joys find their place. It can be said that the work of our creative hands is in the order in which it was established by our infinite wisdom, that is, in its place of honor in our divine will. On the other hand, the creature that allows itself to be dominated by the human will is in disorder and the continual abandonment of our creative work. Therefore, be attentive, my daughter, and make happy the one who wants your happiness in time and eternity. After which I continued to swim in the sea of light of the divine Fiat. I felt flooded with light and his knowledge was so numerous that I did not know which one to attach myself to, given my smallness. I didn't know where to put them and they scattered in his light. I remained surprised and without knowing what to say. Then my sweet Master Jesus added, "My daughter, my will is the unifying force behind all her works. She hides everything in her light. It is in its light that it defends them and puts them in safety. What will this light not do? To secure the creature, the most beautiful work of our creative hands, and to make it look beautiful and bright again as we created it. My will brings you together in its womb and covers you with light to make all evils disappear. If the creature is blind, its light gives it sight. If she is mute, my will gives her the floor by her light. The light invades him from all sides and gives her hearing if she is deaf. Lame, she straightens it. Ugly, its light makes it beautiful. A mother does not do as much as my divine will to make her creature beautiful and restore it. His weapons are of light. For there is no power that light does not contain and good that it does not possess. What would a mother who gave birth to a beautiful child who enchants her with his beauty and sees him by misfortune become blind, dumb, deaf, and crippled? Poor mother, she looks at her child and no longer recognizes him. Her extinct eye that no longer sees, her silver voice whose call made the mother tremble with joy, she can no longer hear it. Her little feet that used to run to snuggle up in her womb are now dragging themselves with difficulty. This child is for the poor mother the most heartbreaking of pains. And what would she not do if she knew that her child could become what he was again? She would turn the whole world upside down, and it would be sweet for her to give even her own life so that her child can regain her original beauty. But, poor mother, it is not in her power to restore this beauty to her dear child. And it will forever be for her a suffering and a very painful thorn that runs through her maternal heart. This is the state of the creature that does its own will, blind, dumb, crippled. Our will laments and sheds tears of fiery light. But what a mother cannot do for her crippled child, my divine will has the power. More than a mother, my will put at her disposal capitals of light that have the virtue of returning all goods and all the beauty of the creature. The divine will, tender mother, loves with vigilance the creature, the work of her hands, more than a very dear child, whom she has brought into the world. Turn upside down not only the whole world, but every century in order to prepare and to give the powerful light remedies that revive, transform, straighten, and beautify. She will stop when she sees in her mother's womb, beautiful as at birth, the work of her creative hands that will pay for her many sufferings and make her joy for eternity. Isn't all this knowledge about my will a remedy? Each of my manifestations and each word I say is a strength whose weakness of the human will I surround, it is a food that I prepare, a bait, a flavor, a light to make him regain the lost vision. Therefore, be attentive and lose nothing of what my will manifests to you, because in its time everything will serve and nothing will be lost. Do you believe that my will does not take into account even one word that she tells you? Everything is counted and nothing is lost. She has formed in your soul her seat to lay down her truths. The first seat keeps them in reserve in itself as the greatest treasure belonging to it. In such a way that if you disperse a manifestation or a word that belongs to it, the original is already preserved in itself. For all that concerns my divine will is of infinite value, and the infinite is not and cannot be subject to dispersion. On the contrary, he jealously guards his truths in the divine archives. Therefore, learn to be jealous and vigilant, and to appreciate his holy lessons. I felt all worried about the many truths my blessed Jesus had told me about the divine will. I felt within me the sacred deposit of his truths. I also felt a holy fear about how I kept them in my poor soul, often very exposed, and without the proper attention to a truth whose value is infinite. And, oh, how I would like to imitate the blessed who, while knowing so much about the divine will, say nothing to anyone. These blesseds keep everything in themselves, beatify and congratulate each other, but without saying anything to the poor souls still on their journey. They don't even send a single word to let them know one of the many truths they know. I was thinking of this when my kind Jesus, all goodness and visiting my little soul, said to me, "Every word I told you about my divine will was nothing but a small visit I made to you to leave you the substance of the good that my word contains. Without being able to trust you because you were unable to keep a single one of my words, I remained myself to watch over the infinite value of my truths that I deposited in your soul. So your fears are not justified. I watch over everything. These are heavenly truths. Things from heaven. Outpourings of the repressed love of my will, and this for many centuries. And before I spoke to you, I had already decided to stay in you to watch over what I was going to deposit there. You enter the second mode, and I am the first guardian. These small visits being carriers of heavenly things. You will take them with you to the heavenly fatherland as the triumph of my will end. As a guarantee that not only will his kingdom come to earth, but that she established the beginning of her reign. The words that will remain on paper will leave an eternal memory that my will wants to reign among human generations. These words will be prods, incentives, divine supplications, an irresistible force, celestial messengers of the leaders of the kingdom of my divine Fiat. They will also be a powerful reproach for those who should strive to make known such a great good end. Who, out of laziness or because of vain fears, do not travel the whole world to bring the happy news of the blessed age of the kingdom of my will. Therefore, surrender to me and let me do it. After which I continued my deeds in the divine will where all that she had done in creation as if she were creating it is in action. In order to give them as a manifestation of his love for the creature. I'm too small. So it is impossible for me to take everything, and I advance little by little how far I can get. The divine will awaits me in everything created to repeat and reproduce the creative act and tell me. Do you see how much I love you? I created everything for you. And it is for you that I keep the creative act in action. In order to tell you not with words, but with deeds, I love you. I love you as long as I am filled with love, burning desires, I delirium of the desire to be loved. So much so that even before creation, I prepared for you the way, all of love. And main tenant and action L act creator ki te did achak instant. Jetmaetje vertilamor. After which I went through the created things so as not to let the love craftsman suffer because I might not have received the love he had left for me in the created things. I came to the exuberant act of love of man's creation to find myself in the reign of this intense love. And my ever-kind Jesus said to me, "Blessed girl, our way of dealing with creatures never changes. It began in creation, it continues and will always remain. She who enters our will touches with her hands our creative act, always in action, and our ever-new love that gives itself to the creature. It is not only our love, but our great love that brings out of our womb and directs towards it a new goodness, power, holiness, and beauty, so that we keep the creature in the reign of our new and always in action actions. So much so that all creation is in the act of repeating itself and giving oneself to creatures. Our modes of action are always the same and never change. The bliss of the blesseds of heaven is continually nourished by our new act, which never ceases. We do the same for the creature that lives in our divine will on earth. We feed his soul of new holiness, of new goodness, of new love. We maintain it in the reign of our new deeds. Our will is always in action. With this difference that the blessed acquire nothing new and only bathe in the ever-new joys of their Creator. On the contrary, the happy traveler on earth who lives in our will is always in the act of making new conquests. That is why the creature who does not do our will and does not live in her becomes alien to the heavenly family. She does not know the goods of her heavenly Father and barely collects the drops of the love and goods of her Creator. She becomes an illegitimate daughter who is not entitled to the goods of her divine Father. Only my will gives him the right of descendants, and the freedom to take what she wants in Heavenly Father's house. The one who lives in our will is like the flower that remains on the plant. His Mother Earth feels the duty to give the roots of the flower a place in his own home, to nourish it with the vital moods it possesses, to expose it to the sun's rays to give it its colors. And she waits for the dew of the night to make sure that her flower can resist the ardor of the kisses of the sun, develop and receive the character of the most intense and beautiful perfumes. It can therefore be said that Mother Earth is the food and life of the flower. This is the soul that lives in our will. We must give her her place in our home and better than a mother. Feed, raise and grant him the graces to be able to be exposed inside and outside to the fiery light of the immensity of our will, and to bear it. On the other hand, the one who does not do our will and does not live in it is like the flower that was picked and put in a vase. Poor flower, she has already lost her mother who with so much love fed her, exposed her to the sun to warm her and give her her colors. Although there is water in the vase, it is not his mother who gives it to him and therefore it is not nourishing water. Even if it is kept in the vase, the flower is prone to wilting and dying. Such is the soul without our will. She lacks the divine mother who begot her. It lacks the nourishing and fertilizing virtue. It lacks the maternal warmth that warms it and with its light gives it touches of beauty to make it beautiful and vermilion. Poor creature without the tenderness and love of the one who gave him life, and who in his exile will grow up without beauty and without true good. After which I would make my tour in the divine will in order to find all the acts of the creature. To put my I love you and to ask in each act the kingdom of the divine will on earth. My sweet Jesus added, my daughter, when my divine will is invoked in the act of the creature, it removes the harshness of the human will. It softens its ways, represses its violence and, with its light warms the works numbed by the cold of the human will. So that the one who lives in my divine will prepares preventive graces for human generations in order to make it known. In every act performed in my will, the creature forms the step to climb to it. And I can bring to the creatures the knowledge of the supreme Fiat. So that to the one who lives in her, my divine will gives the virtues. Mothers who make her fulfill the role of a true mother by bringing God and creatures closer together. You therefore see the necessity of your actions in my will to form a long staircase, which should go up to heaven, to obtain as if by violence, with its own divine force. Let my Fiat descend on earth to form its kingdom. The creatures that will be on this staircase will be the first to receive it and to allow him to reign among them. Without stairs, no one can climb. It is therefore necessary for a creature to build it to allow others to climb. In order for this creature to lend itself to it, we must give it the role of a mother who, loving creatures as children given to him by my divine will, accept this mandate and spares no work or sacrifices, and offers if necessary his life even for the love of his children. Even more, by giving her the role of mother, my divine will endows his soul with maternal love with his own heart and gives him a divine and human tenderness in order to conquer God and creatures, to unite them and make them fulfill the divine will. There is no greater honor that we can give to the creature than motherhood. It is the bearer of generations. We give him the graces to form the people of choice. And although motherhood means suffering, it will have the divine joy of seeing the children of my will come out of its suffering. Therefore, always repeat your actions and do not back down. Backing down is the work of cowards, sloths, fickle people. It is not that of the strong and even less that of the children of my will. I followed the deeds of the divine Fiat. It seemed to me that in each of his acts he prepared for me a breath of love, that it contained in itself and that he longed to bring out of him to imprison him in my poor soul. This love I felt. I sent him myself to the one who loved me so much as a new breath of love to say to him with the most intense affection, I love you. It seems to me that the divine will has such a desire to be loved that it itself places in the soul this dose of love to be loved. Then she waits for the love of the creature to be able to tell him, how happy I am that you love me. I was thinking about this when my beloved Jesus visited me and said, my daughter, you must know that our love is incredible. Our divine will is the creature's spy and watches over it to know when it is willing to receive its contained burst of love. For she knows that the creature does not possess a great amount of divine love. It is hardly if it has the infinite particle of love with which it was created. If it has not been maintained, it is like fire, which smolders under the ashes. And that if there is fire, the ashes cover it so that we do not even feel its warmth. We don't want human love. And so our will uses love ploys. She spies to find out the provisions, and then she blows. His puff disperses like a slight breeze the ashes that the human will has formed. The particle of our infinite love comes back to life and ignites. My divine will continues to blow and adds divine love. The soul feels delivered and warmed, she feels these lovers' renewals. From the particle of infinite love that it possesses. She loves us and she gives us our divine love as her own. You must know that the love of my divine will is so great that it uses all means. She is a spy and breathes. Like a mother, she holds the creature in her arms. As a sentinel, she watches over her, like a queen, she reigns over her. Like a sun, she illuminates it and she goes so far as to serve it. When my will wants to deposit in you his knowledge, its truths, and even one of his words, what does she do? She blows to the point of forming in you her mountain of love and light to enclose her truths in the little mount of love that she has formed in you. So that it is to this love that she entrusts her truths and her light, knowing that only her love possesses the true desire to keep them to stimulate you so that they do not remain hidden in you. Oh! If it were not for this mountain of my love which contains all the knowledge of my Fiat, how many things would have remained buried in your soul, without anyone ever knowing anything about it. That is why my will must first manifest its truths to you. She works around you to prepare you and put in you this new love in order to form the new mountain to put her truths in safety in the bank of her divine love. If I await you in his deeds with so much love, it is because they are our usual pretexts. Opportunities for us to look for this interval, this point of the creature in order to be able to give it new love, new graces. But much more than wanting his company, we do not know how not to stay with the creature who wants to do our will. Since already our will holds her in her arms in our actions so that she is with us and with all that we do. After which I followed my round in the acts of the divine will. When I reached the point where man was created, I stayed there to be the spectator. With what love it was created by the divine craftsman. Jesus, my greatest good, added. Little daughter of my will. We reveal to the little ones our ineffable and infinite secrets. We want to reveal all the more that the creature was among us from the beginning. So that the creature can touch the unimaginable love of which his smallness has been loved and is still loved. Since she was present, she was already in us in the act of man's creation. Thus she can celebrate and we can celebrate together the solemn act of her creation. Now, you must know that our Supreme Being found himself in a kind of deep ecstasy in the act of creation of the creature. Our love enchants our divine being. Our love delights us and our Fiat has made us act with its creative virtue. It is in this love ecstasy that came out of us the gifts, graces, virtues, beauties, holiness, etc., which we were to endow and enrich creatures. Our love was not satisfied until it had put everything in order outside of us to serve each and every one. All the diversities of holiness, beauty, and gifts so that each one may be the image of his Creator. These legacies and riches are already available to every creature. So much so that each one being born already holds the dowry that God came out of him at the creation of man. But how many ignore it and do not avail themselves of the rights that God has given them, and while being rich, live poorly and so far from true holiness, as if they were not beings taken out of the God 3 times holy, and do not know how to make the holy creature, beautiful and happy, like God himself. But the centuries will not end and the last day will not come without all that we have produced in our ecstasy of love being taken by the creatures, for it can be said that they have taken very little of what we have made available to them. But see, my dear daughter, another excess of our ardent love. By taking out of us the dowries, the graces, the gifts. We have not detached them from us. So that creatures, by taking our gifts, with our inseparability, can receive the continual nourishment. To maintain our gifts, our holiness, our beauty. With our gifts we have made the creature inseparable from us because it does not possess the necessary food and holiness. To nourish our gifts, we manifest ourselves to give nourishment and gifts to nourish our holiness and heavenly graces. Thus we are in the continual act of dwelling with the creature. Sometimes to give him the nourishment that will nourish our holiness. Sometimes the one who will nourish our strength. Sometimes the special food that will nourish our beauty. In short, we stay close to her. Always busy giving him the various foods for each gift we have made to him. It serves to be kept, to grow and to crown our gifts. And with us the happy creature remains crowned with our gifts. That is why by making a gift to the creature, we commit ourselves to it. Not only to feed it, but we also give him the promise. Our work, our inseparability and of our very life. Because if we want our likeness, we must give our life so that we can produce our likeness in it. We do it with pleasure. Our love repeats for us our ecstasy and makes us give everything to make us take the smallness of the creature, which is also ours and which came out of us. So you can understand what are our solicitudes, our ecstasies of love when we give not a gift, but our very will as the life of the creature, on the one hand to nourish our gifts and on the other hand to nourish our will. Already the creature by virtue of our will continually delights us by itself. And we experience continual ecstasies of love. In these ecstasies we are only pouring out torrents of love, oceans of light, indescribable graces. Nothing is given with measure. Because we have to not only nourish our will, but to have her courted and honored with divine honors in the creature. Therefore, my daughter, be attentive and do not let anything human come out of you, so that you too can honor my will with divine acts within you. My abandonment in the divine will continual. I always feel like a little atom that comes and goes in his actions in order to find my life and his own. And my atom keeps running and running. Because I feel the extreme need to find life in the Fiat. Otherwise I feel that I cannot live without his life. Without his actions I feel like I am fasting. And so I have to hurry to find life and food. Even more, the divine will awaits me with an indescribable love in her actions to prepare the food of her little girl. My mind was lost in his light. Then my sweet and heavenly sovereign Jesus made his little outing to his little girl. He told me, "Blessed girl, how beautiful is your race in my will. Although you are the little atom, we can raise you as we wish. Toddlers can grow by taking on the traits that resemble us. We teach our divine ways, our heavenly science. Thus the creature forgets the crude ways and ignorance of the human will. Those who are tall are already trained. We can only do a little or nothing at all. They are used to living like grown ups according to human will. And it takes miracles to destroy habits, if we succeed. On the other hand, with the little ones, it is easy for us and does not cost much. Because they do not have radical habits. They have at most brief passing impulses. It only takes a little word, a breath of our light to make sure that the creature does not remember it anymore. Therefore, always be small if you want my divine will to be for you a true mother who lifts you up for our glory and also for yours. But you must know that a continually renewed act forms the habit. An act that never ceases is only of the Supreme Being. If the creature feels in possession of an act that is always repeated, it means that God has put his life and his way in that act. A continual act is divine life and divine act. Only the creature who lives in my divine will can feel the power, the virtue, the miraculous force of an act that never ceases. Because having been raised by us, he is not easy for him to withdraw from our ways and not to feel in her the life and the continual acts of the one who raised her. Therefore, your race and the feeling of always feeling the need to find our life and yours in the Fiat, in his actions. It is we who run in you, in order to always remain in our unceasing acts. In this race, we race together. Our acts that are within you have a common life with our deeds that are outside of you. When you feel this extreme need, we feel the extreme need for love. To make your smallness turn in all the acts of our Fiat. Because not being able to lock them all in yourself. It is by turning into them that you can take what you can take. Therefore, course ceaselessly. I say we are still running. For there is no greater grace I can give to the creature than to make him feel in himself the virtue of a continual act. After which I continued to follow the deeds of the divine will. My beloved Jesus added, My daughter, with every tour you do, you form one of your acts in the act of my divine will. These are all more bonds that you form in her. They are confirmed as many times as there are acts you perform in the divine fiat. He remains confirmed so many times in you. And with each link and confirmation you make, my will enlarges its seas around you. As a seal of confirmation my will places there. One of its truths. One of his acquaintances. It manifests to you an additional degree of value contained in my will. But do you know what you do in your soul? These links, these confirmations, these truths, these knowledges, these greatest values that you happen to know? They make the life of my will grow in you. Not only that, repeating your actions will bring as many extra degrees of value than those you have known. Your actions are placed in the balance of divine value where they are worth as much as you have known and have as much value as that communicated to you by us in your act. So your act of yesterday, repeated today, does not have the same value as yesterday, but acquires the new value that we have made known. That is why repeated acts, accompanied by truths and new knowledge, acquire day by day new degrees of infinite and ever-increasing value. Not only do we place the actions of the creature performed in our will in our eternal balance, to give them back the weight of infinite value, but we keep them in our divine bank in order to give them back 100-fold. Therefore, every time you repeat your actions, that's as many times as you put your little coin in our divine bank. And so you acquire so many rights to receive from us even more. You see, therefore, how far the excess of our love can go. To the point of wanting to make ourselves debtors of the creature by receiving the small pieces of his deeds in our huge bank. Who has so many? And we love to receive the small coins so much in order to give him the right to receive ours. Our love wants at all costs to be exercised on the creature. He wants to be continuously in touch with her and that. To be able to give, and maybe also to lose. How many times, because we want to give him. Making her know so many of our wonderful things, we want to make her feel how sweet and powerful our word is, and she is cold, indifferent, without even turning to us. And our love remains overcome by human ingratitude. But the little girl of our will never do that, will she? Your smallness makes you feel the extreme need you have of your Jesus, of his love and of his will. My sweet Jesus, by his enchanting force, always draws me into his adorable will to take me through the multiplicity of his works that seem to await me. To give me something on top of what they have already given me. I am surprised at so much divine goodness and liberality. In order to infuse into me a greater love and desire to follow the deeds of the divine will, my beloved Jesus said to me, Blessed daughter of my will, every time that you rise up in my will to unite with each of his deeds, and that you unite your actions with his, the divine act rises and gives you a degree of grace, love, and holiness. A degree of life and divine glory. These degrees together constitute the substance necessary to form the divine life in the creature. Some form the heartbeat. Others the word, the eye, the beauty, or the holiness of God in the depths of the soul. Our actions rise as the creature approaches in order to give what they possess. They are looking forward to it for wake up and form their divine effusions. In order to deposit them and repeat them in the acts of the creature. The one that unites with the acts of the divine will gives us opportunities to work, but for what purpose? That of forming our life through our work in the creature. You must know that the creature, by rising in our divine will, leaves everything and reduces itself to its nothingness. This nothing recognizes its creator, the creator recognizes the nothing that has separated from its light. And not the nothing cluttered with things that are not of him. Finding nothing in the creature, he fills it with his whole. This is what it means to live in my will, to empty oneself of everything. And, light, fly into the womb of the Heavenly Father so that this nothing may receive the life of the one who created it. Our will is our life and our food. We don't need material food. She gives us the nourishment of her holy works. The creature is one with our works. Thus we want to find in it our will as life. Thus, not only her, but all her works serve us as food. We give him our food in exchange. Feeding each other with the same foods creates the agreement between God and the creature. This agreement produces peace, communication of goods, inseparability. It seems that the divine breath blows into the creature and that of the creature blows in God. They unite to the point of having the feeling that the breath of one would be one with that of the other. This is when happens the agreement of will, the love agreement, the agreement of the works. We feel that the breath, which we have put into the creation of man, and which he cut by doing his own will, is reborn in the creature. Our will possesses virtue to regenerate in her what she has lost because of sin and to reorder what has come out of our creative hands. After which I would make my tour in creation and redemption. My sovereign Jesus added, "My daughter, our works suffer from isolation. If they are not recognized as works made out of love for creatures, there was no other reason to do such wonderful works in creation than to give them as so many testimonies of our love. We had no need, and everything was done in an immense love for the creatures. But our love is not recognized in everything created. Our works remain alone, without procession, without honors and as separated from creatures. So that the sky, the sun, and other created things are alone. What I did in the redemption, my labors, my sufferings, my tears, and everything else remains isolated. And who forms the company of our works? The creature. Who recognizes them? Who makes his tour in them and finds there our love pulsating for her? Who desires the company of my will to give and receive love? When you do your tour in my will for, find our works there. Recognize our love and put yours in it. I feel so attracted that I am waiting for you almost in each of my works. To have your company, your procession. I feel paid back for all that I have done and suffered. And when sometimes you delay coming, I wait and I watch in my works to see when you will come to give me the pleasure of your company. Therefore, be attentive and do not make me wait." I continued my actions in the divine will to find all her deeds and merge them together so that I could say, I do what she does. Oh! What a joy to think that I am doing what the divine will does. My kind Jesus, visiting his little daughter, said to me, "My good daughter, if you knew emptiness, which is formed in the act of the creature when it is not fulfilled by my will. So much so that in this act are missing the fullness of holiness and the fullness of the infinite. And as it lacks the infinite, we see the abyss of the void that only the infinite could fill. Because the creature, in all its acts, was made for the infinite. When my will runs in its actions, it puts the infinite in it. And we see his act filled with light. Because my will holds him in his bosom of light. And she makes the act complete with infinity in it. But when my will does not enter into the act of the creature, as life, beginning, means and end, the act is empty and nothing can fill the abyss of that emptiness. And if sin is found there, one can see in this act an abyss of darkness and misery to give the thrill. Now, my daughter, how many there are over the centuries of these empty acts of infinity. The infinite is rejected by the human act. My will holds a right to every act of the creature. To come and rule, she wants a creature who lives in her, who can go and retrace all his empty acts in order to pray my will, to urge her to come and put the infinite in every act so that the divine will can recognize his act in each of his acts and to make his reign be accomplished. And although his actions may have passed, there always exists, for the creature who lives in my will, the possibility of doing and repairing. Because in my will is the power to redo and repair everything. Provided that my will finds a creature that lends itself to it. As these are acts of the creature performed without my will, another creature united with my will is able to repair and reorder everything. That's why, my daughter, I've said it and I'll say it again, we're doing everything right. So that the divine will may be known and to make her reign. Nothing should be missing from us. Prayer. The very sacrifice of life. Take in hand all the acts of the creature, so to speak. To call him to put his own into it, so that it may be my I love you and yours, my prayer and yours that cry out. We want the divine will. Thus all creation and all acts will be covered by the divine will. She will feel called by each act of the creature, of all points and by each thing created. Because you and I have made the call, at the very cost of the sacrifice of life. In everything and in every act. So that the divine will may come and reign. It will be a power before the throne of God. A magnetic force. An irresistible attraction. That all these acts crying out together. That they want the divine will to come and reign among creatures. But who is it that cries out like this? It's me and the little girl of my will. Then, delighted, my will descend to rule. Thus, repeated tours. In creation. In my very actions. In those of the Heavenly Mother, make these divine acts serve. To such a holy kingdom, and to copy the acts of the creatures in order to put what may be missing. But all must call with one voice, directly or indirectly. Through the one who wants to make the sacrifice of being the supplicant and the repairer in order to obtain that my will come to reign among the generations. That is why what I make you do and what I do with you are acts, preparations, training. The necessary substances and capital. When we have done everything right on my side and yours so that nothing is missing, we will be able to say, we have done everything and there is nothing left to do on our part. As I said in the redemption, I did everything for the redemption of man. My love no longer knows what to invent to make it safe. And I left for heaven waiting for man to take the good that with the sacrifice of my life I had formed and given. Thus, when there is nothing else left to do for the kingdom of my will on earth, you too can ascend to heaven and wait in the heavenly homeland for the creatures to take the substances, the capital, the kingdom that will already be formed in the supreme Fiat. That is why I always tell you again, be attentive. Let's not forget anything, let's do our part when there is nothing else to do. Circumstances, events, things, diversity of people will do the rest. And as this kingdom is already formed, it will come out of itself and make its reign. One thing is needed. No more sacrifices to train him so that his exit will be done soon. But in order to train it, it is necessary that someone offers his own life and the sacrifice of a will sacrificed by continual acts in my will. After which he remained silent and then resumed. My daughter, you must know that every act of the creature has its place around God. Just as every star has its place under the vault of the heavens. So each of their actions has its place. Who are those who leave the royal way, as property of the heavenly fatherland and occupy the highest place of honor and return divine glory to their Creator? These are the acts performed in my will. When one of these acts leaves the earth, the heavens themselves bow. All the blesseds go to meet him to accompany this act to his place of honor around the supreme throne. All feel glorified in this act. Because the eternal will triumphed in the act of the creature, and put his divine act into it. On the other hand, acts that are not done in my will, and maybe even the good ones, do not leave by the royal way. They take tortuous paths and make a very long stop passing through purgatory where they wait for the creature to be purified by fire. When they have finished purifying themselves, they then go to heaven to take their place. Not among the high ranks, but in the secondary ranks. Do you see the big difference? For the former, no sooner is the act formed than it does not stay with the creature because being a thing of heaven, it cannot dwell on earth and so it immediately takes flight to the fatherland. Moreover, all angels and saints demand as their own what has been formed by the divine will. Because everything that comes from my will, on earth as in heaven, is the property of the heavenly fatherland. Therefore, the smallest act of my will is requested by the whole of heaven. For each act is a fountain of joys and beatitudes that belongs to them. It is quite the opposite for the creature who does not work in my will. I am always in the arms of the divine will, who better than a mother holds me tightly between his arms, surrounded by his light to infuse me with life from heaven. It seems to me that she gives me her full attention, in order to have the great glory of possessing a daughter all of divine will, who has not taken any other food, who knows no other science, no law or flavor or pleasure other than his will. Therefore, in order to keep me busy and alien to everything, she gives me such a large number of surprises. She tells me so many beautiful things, all more beautiful than the others, but always things which make my poor spirit remain delighted and immersed in his arms of light. And although his deeds are out, it still contains centralized in itself all that she has done. Thus, if one looks within his will, there is a unique act. If one looks outside, there are countless works and acts that are impossible to count. I felt in the divine will the beginning of my existence, as if I was going to come out into the light at this point. I was surprised. And my beloved Jesus made his brief visit to me and said to me, "My daughter, born and reborn in my will, every time that you surrender yourself with full knowledge in his arms of light and let you dwell there, you are reborn in my will. These rebirths are all more beautiful than the others. That is why I have so often called you the little newborn of my will, because by being reborn, you come back again to be reborn. For my will does not know how to remain inactive for the one who lives with her. She always wants a new birth continuously in the creature, continuously absorbing it in itself. So much so that my Fiat is reborn in the creature and the creature is reborn in my will. These rebirths on both sides are a life that is exchanged. It is the greatest testimony, the most perfect act. Then to be a newborn and to exchange one's life between oneself in order to be able to say to the other, "You see how much I love you, since I give you not acts, but continual life." That is why, my daughter, my divine will places the happy creature who lives in her in the first act of creation. The creature feels its beginning in God, the creative, invigorating and preserving virtue of his omnipotent breath. And the creature feels that by withdrawing, it returns to its nothingness from where it came out. She therefore feels her continued rebirth in the arms of her Creator. The creature feels at its beginning. Thus she restores to God the first act of life that she received from him. This act is the holiest, most solemn, and most beautiful act of God himself. After which I continued my round in the acts of the divine will. And, oh, how much I would like to embrace everything, as well as those that all the blessed have made, in order to render for each act honor and glory to God and to the saints, and to honor them by means of the acts they have performed. My beloved Jesus added, "My daughter, when the creature remembers, honors and glorifies what her Creator and Redeemer did for her in order to bring her to safety, and also what the saints did, it becomes the protector of all these acts. The sky, the sun, and all of creation feel protected by the creature. My earthly life, my sufferings, and my tears feel sheltered in it and find their protector. Not only do the saints find protection in his memory, but they see their deeds vivified, renewed among creatures. In short, they feel that life is returned to their actions. Oh, how many beautiful works and virtues remain buried in this low world, because there is no one to remember and honor them. Memory recalls the works of the past and makes them present. But do you know what's going on? There is an exchange. The creature becomes protective by its memory. All our works, creation, redemption, and all that the saints have done, all of them make themselves protectors of their protector. They gather around her to protect it, defend it, stand guard as sentinels, while sheltering in it to be protected. Each of our works, all suffering, All the works and virtues of my saints compete to be his guard of honor in such a way as to that it be defended by everything and by all. When you ask with each act for the kingdom of the divine will, there is no greater honor you can give. All feel called and to act as messengers between heaven and earth for such a holy kingdom. You must know that everything in the past, present and future, everything must serve the kingdom of the divine fiat. When your memory asks for this kingdom by means of our works, the virtues and acts of each, all feel put at the service of my will and take their function and their place of honor. Your tours are necessary because they serve to prepare the kingdom of the divine will. Therefore, be attentive and continuous. I continued my round in the divine works. I feel my poor mind fixed around the works of my Creator. His race is almost continuous because these works being made out of love for me, I feel the duty to recognize them, to use it as a staircase to ascend to the one who loved me so much, who loves me, and to give him my little love because he wants to be loved. But as I did that, I thought to myself, and why should my mind always run? It seems to me to feel on me a powerful force that keeps my race going. My sweet Jesus made his little visit to me and said to me, "My daughter, everything revolves around the creature. The sky turns, and it does not come out of its azure vault. The sun turns, and with its small towers of light, it gives it light and warmth. Water, fire, air, wind, and all the elements revolve around the creature, giving it the properties they contain. My life itself and all my works are in a continual round around the creatures in order to be in the continual act of giving myself to them. In fact, you must know that as soon as the baby is conceived, my conception revolves around the conception of the baby to train and defend him. And when he is born, my birth revolves around the newborn, to give him the help of my birth, my tears, my groans. And my very breath revolves around him to warm him up. The newborn does not love me, if not unconsciously, and I already love him madly. I love his innocence, my image in him. I like what it should be. My steps revolve around his first steps to strengthen them, and they continue to turn until the last steps of his life in order to keep them in the tour of my steps. Brief. My works revolve around his works. My words around his. My sufferings around his sufferings, and when he is about to give his last breath of life, my agony revolves around him to support him, and my death with its impregnable power revolves around him to give help. Unexpected, and all the divine presses jealously around him, to make his death not a death, but a life for heaven. And I can say that my resurrection itself revolves around its tomb, waiting for the right time to call, with the empire of my resurrection, the resurrection of his body to eternal life. All the works that come out of my will only rotate and turn. For it is for this purpose that they were created. To stop means not to have life and not to produce the fruit that we have established. Which can't be. Because the divine being does not know how to do dead works or works that do not bear fruit. That is why the creature that enters into my will takes place in the order of creation and feels the need to tour with all the things created. She feels the need to make her quick tour around of my conception, of my birth, of my childhood, and all that I have done on earth. And the beauty is that while the creatures revolve around all our works revolve around them. All of them compete with each other to revolve around each other. But all this is an effect and the fruit of my divine will, because being continually in motion, the creature that is in him feels the effect of this movement and therefore the need to run with him. In truth I tell you, if you do not feel the continual need to turn around our works, it is a sign that your life is not permanently in my will, but that you make some outings, some escapes, and therefore the race stops, because it lacks the one that gives life to the race. And when you enter my will again, you put yourself back in order and you continue the race because once again the divine will has entered into you. Therefore, be attentive, for you are dealing with an omnipotent will that always runs and embraces all things. After which I said to myself, what can my race be used for, and what good will these tours in the acts of the divine will And the heavenly Jesus added, "My daughter, you must know that every act of the creature contains the value of the purpose that animates his act. The design is like the seed that placed in the ground is covered with earth. Not to die, but to be born and form the plant loaded with branches, flowers, and fruits belonging to the seed. The seed does not see it and the purpose remains hidden in its plant, but it is by the fruits that we recognize the seed, whether it is good or bad. That is the purpose. It is a seed of light, and it can be said that it remains as buried and covered in the act of the creature. And if the plan is holy, all the acts that come from that plan will be holy acts. Because there is the initial design, the first seed that animates and gives life to the succession of acts of the first purpose. And these acts form the life of purpose in which we see the flowers and fruits of true holiness. And even then the creature, with the full knowledge of his will, does not destroy the primary purpose and can be sure that his actions are contained in this primary purpose. Thus, your race in all our actions will have the purpose you want, to form his kingdom. Therefore all your acts will be centralized in my Fiat, they become a seed of light. And they will all become acts of my will. With eloquence and by mysterious and divine voices. It asks for the coming of such a holy kingdom in the heart of human generations. My abandonment in the Fiat continual. But I feel my extreme poverty, my nothingness, the continual suffering of the deprivation of my sweet Jesus. If it weren't for his divine will, who supports me and which often connects me to heaven to infuse me with a new life, I could not have continued without the one who often hides. And I stay there in the fire of love waiting for him because he consumes me slowly. When I am at these extremes, Jesus then resumes his brief visit. That's why I thought. Jesus immobilized me and chained me with chains that are not likely to break. I am really a poor prisoner. Oh! How much I would like to have the company of my heavenly mother so that under her guidance I can live as I should in the divine will. I thought this when my Jesus made his little visit to me and said to me with tenderness, "My dear prisoner, how happy I am to have immobilized you and chained you. Because my bonds and my chains express my love by keeping you at my disposal. I used links and chains so that you would be a prisoner only for me. But do you know? Love wants its fellow man. If I have imprisoned you, I first became a prisoner for you in your own heart. Not wanting to be alone, I imprisoned you too so that I could say, we are two prisoners who don't know how to live without each other. In this way we can prepare the kingdom of the divine will. Working alone is not pleasant, but the company makes the work enjoyable, invites to work, softens the sacrifice and forms the most beautiful works. And seeing you ask for guidance from our Heavenly Mother, your prisoner exulted with joy at the thought of having his sweet company in our work. You must know that she was the true and heavenly prisoner of my divine will. She therefore knows all the secrets, all the ways. And she has the keys to her kingdom. In truth, each of the acts of the imprisoned queen prepared in her the place to receive the acts of the creature performed in the divine will. And, oh! How much the heavenly sovereign lady looks forward to see if the creature works in my Fiat in order to be able to take these acts from his maternal hands and to place in them his own deeds as promises and pledges of wanting the kingdom of the divine will on earth. This kingdom was already formed by me in the heavenly lady. It already exists, and now all that remains is to be given to creatures. For it to be given, it is necessary to know it. She is the holiest of creatures, the greatest. She knows no kingdom except that of my divine will. It occupies in him the first place. Thus the celestial queen will be of right, the annunciator, the messenger, the driver of such a holy kingdom. Therefore, pray to it, invoke it. She will be for you a guide, a master. With a maternal love, she will receive all your acts and she will place them in her own by saying, my daughter's actions are like her mom's actions. So they can stay with mine. To redouble the right to give creatures the kingdom of the divine will. As this kingdom is his, God must give it and the creature must receive it. It takes the actions of both parties to obtain the intention. That's why the one who holds the most ascendant, the most power, the most empire on the divine heart is the sovereign Lady of Heaven. His actions will remain in the lead, with the succession of other acts of the creatures transformed into divine acts. By virtue of my will in order to give them the right to receive this kingdom. God, seeing these acts, will feel compelled to grant it. Because of this love he had in creation when he created all things. So that his will be done on earth as in heaven and each creature is a kingdom where his will can have his absolute kingdom. Therefore, still continues to work and live in the supreme fiat. After which my mind was lost in the divine will. My sweet Jesus added, my daughter, the soul that enters into my will is converted into light. All his actions, without losing anything of their diversity, their nature, and what they are in themselves, are invigorated and animated by this light. Thus each act, although distinct in itself, has for life the light of my fiat. My fiat is delighted to train with its life of light, thought, speech, work, etc. And the soul, the first sun animated by the fiat, forms with its actions. The sun, the stars, the sea that always whispers. The wind that groans, speaks, screams, whistles, caresses, and forms its rest. The soul gives a divine light to its creator, to itself. It even descends into the depths of creatures. As light is fertile and has the virtue of spreading everywhere, it forms the most beautiful flowers, but all clothed with this light. And here is my divine will. Repeats his dear creation in the soul that lives in this light. An even more beautiful creation because if creation is silent and speaks eloquently, it is always in a language without words. But the creation that my divine will forms in the soul is all words. The sun of his works speaks. The sea of his thoughts. The wind of his words, the sound of his footsteps. The virtues of her flowers that she leaves while walking and everything she does speaks. Such as bright stars that by their flicker pray, love, praise, bless, restore and thank continuously, without ever stopping. The supreme fiat is happy to form in it the wonderful language of creation with so much love, and all animated by its divine light. That is why it is not surprising that your Jesus forms his continual abode within this creation that speaks and that my divine will forms for me. It would be more surprising if I wasn't there. Because the Master, the King, would not have the one he formed with so much love. What is the point of forming it if I do not reside there to enjoy my talking creation? Even more, there is in this creation that speaks. Always something to do. Something to add. Each of her actions is a voice that she acquires and that speaks to me. Of me and of his love for me eloquently. I have to listen to him. I also want to enjoy the flavors she gives me. I love them as long as I sigh at them and so I can't put them aside. So there is always something to give and take. So I can't leave her for a moment without me. At most it happens that sometimes I speak and sometimes I keep silent. Sometimes I make myself feel and sometimes I remain hidden. But leaving the one who lives in my will, I cannot. Therefore, be sure that unless you move away from him, your Jesus will not leave you. I will always be with you and you will always be with me. I thought of the divine will and thought to myself, if our Lord loves so much to make known such a holy will and if he wants him to reign among creatures, then why does he want us to pray for it? Because once he wants something, he can also give it without anyone praying so much for it. And my sweet Jesus surprised me by saying, my daughter, the knowledge of my will is the greatest thing I can give and the creature can receive. And his reign is the confirmation of his great gift, the fulfillment of his will when it is known. It is therefore necessary to ask him. Asking for his will. The creature acquires love in order to love him. It acquires the dowries of sacrifice necessary to possess it. By asking, the human will loses ground. He weakens, loses his strength and is ready to receive the reign of the supreme will. And God is thus asked to dispose himself to give it. Arrangements are needed on both sides to make these heavenly gifts. How many donations do we want to make? But that we keep because we are not asked for them, we wait before giving them that we are asked. Asking is like opening a trade between the Creator and the creature. If the creature does not ask, the trade is closed and our heavenly gifts do not go down to circuit on the face of the earth. That is why the first of the indispensable necessities to obtain the kingdom of the divine will is to ask for it through incessant prayers. Because when we pray, the little letters come to us sometimes with solicitudes, sometimes with supplications, sometimes with an agreement dealing with our will, until the last one arrives with the final agreement. The second necessity, more indispensable than the first to obtain this kingdom, is to know what can be obtained. Who can ever think of a good, desire and love it, if he doesn't know what he can get? No one. If the elders had not known that the future Redeemer was to come, no one would have ever thought of it. No one would have prayed or hoped for salvation. Because salvation and holiness at that time remained fixed and centralized in a future heavenly Savior. Apart from that, there was no hope of a good. Knowing that one can have a good forms the substance, the life, the nourishment of that good in the creature. Hence the so much knowledge of my will that I have manifested to you, so that we may know that we can have the kingdom of my will. When it is known that a good can be obtained, the arts, industries and means are used to obtain it. The third necessary way is to know that God wants to give this kingdom. This is what lays the foundation, the sure hope of obtaining it, and forms the final preparations to receive the kingdom of my divine will. For knowing that the one who possesses a good that one desires and for which one sighs is already willing to give it away, it can be said that it is the last grace and the final act before getting what one wants. In fact, if I had not shown you that I can and want to give my divine will so that it may reign among creatures, you would have been, like all others, indifferent to such a great good. So that your interest and prayers have been cause and effect of what you have known. And myself, when I came to earth during the 30 years of my hidden life, it can be said that I apparently did no one good and no one knew me. I stayed among the creatures without being noticed. All good was done between me and the Father in heaven, my heavenly mother, and dear Saint Joseph, because they knew who I was. Everyone else didn't know anything about it. The moment I came out of retirement and made myself known by saying that I was truly the Messiah, their Redeemer and Savior. So, despite the fact that I made myself known, I drew upon myself slander, persecution, contradictions, and anger, hatred of the Hebrews, passion, and death itself. All these evils that fell on me in avalanche began when I made myself known. I affirmed who I really was, the eternal Word descended from heaven to save them. This is so true that when I was in the house of Nazareth and they didn't know who I was, no one slandered me or wanted to hurt me. In revealing myself, all evils fell on me. But it was necessary to make myself known, otherwise I would have left for heaven without having accomplished what I came to earth for. On the contrary, by making myself known, I attracted all evils. In this abyss of calamities, I have formed my apostles, proclaimed the gospel, worked wonders. My knowledge pushed my enemies to inflict all this suffering on me, even to the point of killing me on the cross. But I got what I wanted, that many would know me among many others who did not want to know me, and fulfill my redemption. I knew that by making myself known the perfidy and pride of the Hebrews would do all this. But it was necessary for me to make myself known. Parse that a person or property that is not known cannot be the bearer of life or property. The good and the truths that are not known remain prevented in themselves as those sterile mothers who die with their generation. So you see how necessary it is for us to know that I can give the kingdom of my divine will, and that I want to give it. I can say that there is the same need to let it be known that I was the Son of God when I came to earth. And it is also true that many knowing this will repeat what they did when I made known who I was, the long-awaited Messiah. Slanders, contradictions, doubts, suspicions, as it has already begun since the publication that made known my divine will. But this is nothing, and good possesses the strength to hurt evil creatures and hell, who, feeling hurt, have armed themselves against the property and would like to annihilate it with the one who would like to make it known. But despite everything they wanted to do the first time, because my will wanted his knowledge and desire to reign to be born, they suffocated her, and yet she took her first steps. What some did not believe, others believed. The first step will call the second, then the third, and so on. Despite the fact that there will be no shortage of people to raise contradictions and doubts. But it is absolutely necessary that one knows my divine will. That we know that I can give it and that I want to give it. These are the conditions without which God cannot give what he wants to give, and otherwise the creature cannot receive it. Therefore, pray and do not cease to make known my divine will. Times, circumstances, and people change. They are not always the same. What cannot be achieved today can be achieved tomorrow, despite the confusion of those who have stifled such a great good. But my will triumph and have its kingdom on earth. After which I continued to think about the divine will. I surrendered myself entirely in his divine arms, and my beloved Jesus added, "My good daughter, you must know that my divine will possesses and contains in it all things. All joys. All beauties. Everything comes out of my will, which without losing anything contains everything in itself. It can be said that my will carries all things in its immense bosom of light. So that every creature lives in her. With this difference that who of all his will wants to live in my will, and who allows himself to be subjugated by his reign lives there like a girl. As a daughter, she became heiress of the joys, beauties and goods of her mother, the divine will, so that this divine mother is totally resolved to beautify it, to enrich it and to make the joy of his daughter. On the other hand, the creature who wants to live by the human will and who does not let himself be subjugated by his kingdom also lives in this holy will, except that she does not live there as a girl, but as a stranger. All joys are converted for this creature into bitterness, wealth in poverty, beauty in ugliness. Because living as a foreigner, it separates itself from the goods possessed by my divine will, and it justly deserves to own nothing. The human will that subjugates her gives her what it contains, passions, weaknesses, and miseries. Nothing escapes my divine will, not even hell. As these creatures did not love her in their lives, they lived as detached branches, but always inside my divine will, never outside. Now, in these dark prisons, the joys, happinesses and beatitudes of my divine will are converted into eternal suffering and torment. Therefore, life in my will is not new, as some believe. All of them already live in my will, the good and the bad. If we want to talk about novelty, it is in the way of living there. The creature who recognizes my will as a continual act of life gives him supremacy in all his actions. Because life in my will is the holiness of every moment that the creature receives. It can be said that she continually grows in holiness, but a holiness nourished by my will and which grows with her. So that she feels my will as a life greater than her own life. On the other hand, the creature who does not live in my will, even if she remains there, does not recognize her in all her actions, and she lives as if she were distant and could not receive the continual act of her life, although she receives it. In this way, the holiness of life in my will is not formed. So that these creatures remember my divine will only when they are oppressed by a need, a sorrow, a cross, and it is then that they exclaim, "May the divine will be done." And in the rest of their lives, where is my will? Isn't she already with them, who contributes to all their actions? She was there, but the creatures didn't recognize her. It is like a mother who lives in her palace and has given birth to many children. Some still stay around their mother, who infuses in them his noble manners, feeds them good and delicate food, dresses them in suitable clothing, entrusts them with its secrets and constitutes them heirs of his property. It can be said that the mother lives in the children and the children in the mother. They congratulate each other and live with an inseparable love. The other children also live in their mother's palace, but they are not always around her. They find pleasure in living in rooms far from their mothers and therefore do not learn her noble manners and do not dress properly. The food they take does them more harm than good, and if they sometimes go to their mother, it is not out of love, but out of necessity. Hence the great difference between one and the other, although all of them live in the mother's palace. Thus, everyone lives in my will. But only he who wants to live it from my will, lives in her as a child with her mother. For others, even if they live in my will, some do not even know it. Others live there as strangers and still others know her only to offend her. I felt completely immersed in the divine will and oh! How many thoughts filled my mind! His light formed waves that followed one another and converted into voices, whispers and celestial music, but how difficult it is to remember the language of this interminable light. When one is in her, it seems that one understands a lot, but as soon as she withdraws, there are only droplets left, and the sweet and unforgettable memory of having been in the light of the eternal Fiat. If blessed Jesus did not do the miracle of lowering himself to adapt to human nature, I would have had nothing to say. But I had in mind the image of the kingdom of the divine will, and I wanted Jesus to tell me what his conditions were to be certain of his coming. And my heavenly Master visited his little newborn of his will, and he said to me, "My blessed daughter, the absolute, necessary, and of the utmost importance conditions, which form life and nourishment to ensure the kingdom of my divine will, are to ask the creature for the degrees and continuity of a long sacrifice. That is why our goodness, by virtue of the sacrifice it requests, must grant to the one to whom she asks for this sacrifice surprising graces, in such a way that to this creature, fascinated by my love, by my gifts and by my graces, it will seem to her that this sacrifice is nothing. But she knows that his life is over and that it will no longer have any rights over itself. All rights will belong to the one who asks him for this sacrifice. If she did not know the full intensity of the sacrifice she accepts, it would not have all its value. Because the more she knows the greatness and weight of sacrifice, the more the price he gains. Knowledge determines the exact and complete value of the sacrifice. But for the one who doesn't know the weight of a sacrifice, oh! how much it diminishes the value, the grace, the good that one should obtain. Our love remains wounded. Our power feels powerless in front of a creature to whom we ask great sacrifices, letting him know the weight to which he should submit, and who accepts everything only out of love for us and in order to fulfill our will. The prolonged sacrifice entails the continuity of prayer. Oh! As our ears remain attentive, our gaze delighted, seeing that under the fire of the sacrifice we ask, she prays. What is she asking for? What we want, that our will be done on earth as in heaven. Ah! If she could, she would turn the earth and the sky upside down. She would like to have everything in her power to ensure that everyone asks for what she wants so that her sacrifice can reach its goal and bring the fruits willed by God. Our paternal goodness is such that it is impossible for us not to grant the request for a long sacrifice and continuous prayer. These are the conditions on the part of the creatures, and this is what we have done with you, we want you to know. Because we do not give these things to blind people who because of their blindness do not know the goods, and we do not give them. And even less to the mute, because in their silence, they do not have the words to manifest our truths and graces. The first thing we give is the knowledge of what we want to do with it. And we give and then we do what we have arranged. One can call knowledge, the beginning, the void, the seed. Where to place the sacrifice, our things, and where to give birth to the beautiful prayer that weakens us, binds us with chains, inseparable bonds, and makes us surrender to what it wants. Even more, our will being life and work that gives life to all and to all things. In order to come and reign on earth, demands on the part of the human family the life of a creature at its disposal. that without opposing it this creature remains under the authority of his divine will, who will be able to make this life what he wants. On behalf of the creatures, this will serve as a place and condition for him to secure his kingdom. Then come the conditions on God's part. But to whom can he ask them? If not to the creature from whom he asked for sacrifices? So that this long time of manifestation of many truths about my divine will, all the time spent talking about his kingdom and the good he wants and should do, his long suffering of about 6,000 years since he wanted to reign and the creatures rejected him, the many promises of goods he wants to give, of happiness and joys if they let him reign. All these were only assurances that I gave to the creature, of this kingdom of my Fiat. These assurances were made and sealed in this very sacred and precious thing that is in the center of fire of your sacrifice willed by us. I can say that I never get tired of giving assurances. You could say I always come back with new ways, new truths, new forms and surprising images on my divine will. I would never have said so much if I had not been certain that my kingdom could have its reign on earth. That is why it is practically impossible that my extended speech and such a continual sacrifice on your part does not produce the long-awaited fruits on behalf of God and from the creatures. Therefore, continue your flight in this Fiat. Who has the power to make a way to overcome all difficulties, and who can by the force of love form his most faithful friends and defenders against his most ruthless enemies? Then he added, my daughter, my conception, my birth, my hidden life, my gospel, the miracles, my sufferings, my tears, my blood shed and my death, have brought everything together, have formed an invincible army to accomplish my redemption. Thus, all my manifestations of my divine will, from the first to the last word I will say, should be used to train the trained army. With love, with invincible strength, with an irresistible light, with a transforming love. This army will cast a net on the creatures. If they want to get out of it, they will only get entangled in it to the point of not knowing how to get out. While they are trying to get out of it, the many manifestations of my will continue to assail them and extend the net even further. Seeing himself then all entangled, the creature will take pleasure in all the beauties of truth and he will feel happy to have stumbled into the net of my manifested truths. These truths will thus form the fulfillment of the kingdom of my divine will. Each manifestation of my will is thus a weapon that should be used for the fulfillment of such a holy kingdom. If I have manifested it and you do not talk about it, you will deprive him of the necessary weapons. Therefore, be attentive. You must also know that every word that comes out of uncreated wisdom contains life, substance, work, and teaching. So that every truth manifested about our divine will have its own function in our kingdom. Many truths will be used to form and grow the life of the divine will in the creature. Others will have the task of feeding it. Others will be responsible for defending it by forming an army around the creature, so that no one will be able to touch it. So you see the need of my continual speech and of the many truths I have manifested. It is a kingdom that I had to form. It cannot be constituted with some words, some acts and some functions. It takes a lot of them. And each of my truths has the virtue of occupying a function in order to maintain a perfect order, an eternal peace. It will be an echo of the sky and the creatures will bathe in a sea of graces and happiness, under a cloudless sun. The sky will always be serene. My truths about my divine will be the only laws that will reign. For the creatures will enter to live under the laws of this kingdom. No oppression, but of love. These will be laws that will be gently loved. Because creatures will find in them the strength, harmony, happiness, and abundance of all goods. Therefore courage and always goes forward in my divine will. I always return to the divine holy will and cannot do otherwise because being life, it is always life, breath, movement, and warmth that one feels. This is how it is with the divine will. When you feel it, it is his life, his warmth, his movement, and all that it contains that is felt. With only this difference that we pay attention sometimes to a thing that contains life, sometimes to another. And I thought to myself, how can a creature become beautiful and holy again as it was by coming out of the creative hands of God, in order to realize the kingdom of Fiat within the human family? My beloved Jesus surprised me by saying, "My daughter, all the works of our Supreme Being are perfect and complete. Not a single one is half-made. The creation is complete and perfect. In fact, the things of absolute necessity are not many compared. Luxury to the splendor of our power, our love, and our magnificence. Should man, the one for whom all things were created, be our only defective and unfinished work? What is it? May our Fiat have its kingdom in every creature. Because man has sinned, it has remained soiled and ugly. And like a collapsing residence, he is exposed to thieves and his enemies. As if our power could be limited, without the power to do what she wants, as she wills, and as much as she wants. Anyone who believes that the kingdom of our will cannot come to doubt the Supreme Being himself. We can do anything. We may miss wanting it. But when we want it, our power is so great that what we want to do, we do. Nothing can resist our power. That's why we have the power to rehabilitate man, to make it more beautiful than before, stronger than it was, and with the breath of our power enclose in the darkness of the abyss the thieves and enemies of man. So much so that man, so far that it started from our divine will, has not ceased to be our work. Although it is messy, our power, which wants around it an accomplished and perfect work, will set a limit. The disorders of man, its weaknesses, she will tell him with her empire. That's enough. Get back in order. Take back your place of honor as a worthy work of your Creator. These are wonders of our omnipotence that our will operate and against which man will not have the strength to resist. But without being forced to do so he will be spontaneously seduced and attracted by a supreme force, by an invincible love. Wasn't redemption a prodigy of our power? Willed by our will and by our love that knows how to conquer everything. Even the darkest ingratitudes, the most serious faults. And respond with love where the ungrateful man has offended him the most? If my kingdom was attracted to man, it is certain that he could not return even with the help of my redemption. Because man is not willing to take them. Many do not cease to be sinners, weak, defiled by the most serious faults, but attracted by my power, by my love. When the two overflow a little more to touch it, with my will, to conquer it, the man will feel shaken and overthrown, in such a way that it will be reborn from evil to good and will return in our divine will from where he came, in order to take back his lost inheritance. Do you know what everything is based on? Everything rests in what my will wills and has decided so by its divine decrees. If there is that, everything is done. And this decision is so true that there are facts. You must know that when I came to earth as Redeemer, my holy humanity contained at the same time all the acts of my will, as a deposit to be given to the creature. I had no needs because I was the divine will herself. My humanity then acted as a very tender mother, by enclosing in itself as many births of my will as of acts it has performed, in order to give them the day and birth in the acts of creatures to form in their acts the kingdom of the acts of my Fiat. That's why my Fiat stays there, like a mother, waiting with a love that puts him to torment, to give birth to these divine births. The other fact is that I myself taught the Pater Noster, so that all may pray that my kingdom will come and that my will be done on earth as well as in heaven. If my kingdom were not to come, it would have been useless to teach this prayer. I don't know how to do useless things. Moreover, do not all these truths manifested about my divine will clearly say that this kingdom will come to earth, not by the work of men, but by that of our omnipotence? Anything is possible when we want it. We facilitate both small and big things because all virtue and power are in our act and not in the good that the act of our power receives. In fact, when I was on earth, my power ran in all my actions. The touch of my hands became power, like the empire of my voice, etc. And it was with the same ease that I called life back to life. A young girl who has been dead for a few hours and Lazarus dead for 4 days. He whose body already exuded an unbearable stench. I ordered that the bandages be removed. And I called him with the empire of my voice, Lazarus, get out of there. At the call of my voice Lazarus was resurrected, the corruption disappeared with the stench, and he came back to life as if he had not died. A true example of how my power can revive the kingdom of my Fiat among creatures. This is a palpable and certain example of my power. That despite the fact that man is corrupt, that the stench of his faults infects him more than a corpse and that it can be called an unfortunate covered with bandages. Who needs the divine empire to free him from the bandages of his passions? But if the empire of my power puts it on and wants it, its corruption will no longer come to life. He will get up healthy and more beautiful than before. Therefore, one can at most doubt. May my divine will not want it. Because men might not deserve such a great good. But to doubt that my power might not be able to do that, ever. My abandonment in the divine will continues. I feel like a little child fed in small sips of this heavenly food that produces in my soul strength and light, and an indescribable sweetness. Every truth that my beloved Jesus manifests to his newborn is a scene, the most touching and beautiful, which he places in my mind as the bearer of the beatitude of the heavenly fatherland. I thus felt immersed in many of the truths of the supreme Fiat, and my kind Jesus, visiting his little child, said to me, "My little daughter of my will, you must know that if our Supreme Being gave the creature the whole sky, the sun, the earth, and the sea, he would not give as much as when he communicates to him the truths about the divine will. Because all other things would remain outside the creature, while truths penetrate the most intimate fibers of its being. I shape the heart, affections, and desires, intellect, memory and will to transform them all into the life of truth. And in shaping them, I repeat the wonders of man's creation. With the touch of my hands, I destroy the seeds of evil and I am reviving the seed of a new life. The creature feels my touch and, by shaping it, the new life that I give it back. While the sky, the sun, and the sea do not have the transforming virtue of forming for the creature a sky, a sun and a sea. All good is reduced to what is external, and nothing more. Do you therefore see all the goods that you contain by all these truths that are manifested to you? Therefore, be careful to match such a large good." After which I continued to think about all these truths about the divine will. How many joys, how many divine transformations! They were truly the revelators of the Supreme Being. I would never have known my Creator, my Heavenly Father, if the holy truths had not been like messengers that bring me so much wonderful news about their adorable majesty. And while so many truths populated my mind, a doubt arose in me. Is it really Jesus who manifested so many truths to me, or is it the enemy or my fantasy? And Jesus surprised me and said, "My good daughter, how can you doubt? The multiplicity of so many truths about my divine will alone is a sure proof that only your Jesus could have spoken for so long on this subject in such varied and powerful themes. For possessing the source of the divine will, it is not surprising that I have been able to manifest to you, in so many ways I might say, the little drops of light of the knowledge of my adorable will. I say that they are for me drops in comparison to the vast and infinite sea that I could still tell you. Because if I wanted to tell you about all eternity, there is so much to say about the knowledge about my supreme Fiat that I would never finish. But for you, what I have shown you has been like seas because you are a finite creature. That is why the length of my speech is the most certain and convincing proof. That only your Jesus could hold so many reasonings. That only he could know so much about my will himself. The enemy does not own the source. For him, tasting it would burn it even more. Because my divine will is what he hates the most and what torments him the most. And if it were in his power, he would turn the earth upside down. He would use all the arts and all the tricks so that no one do not know, nor do my will. It would be even less your fantasy, so limited and so small. Oh! As the light of reason would soon be extinguished. After giving 2 or 3 reasons, you would have done like those who want to talk, and suddenly are struck with silence without being able to continue to talk. And, confused, you would have been silenced. Only your Jesus has a word. Always new, penetrating. Filled with divine strength, admirable suavity, surprising truths, before which human intelligence is compelled to bow down by saying, "Here we see the finger of God." Therefore, recognizes such a good. And may your center in all things be my only will. I am still in the arms of the divine will like a little child hugged by her mother, who holds me so pressed between his arms of light. Let her let me see and touch only the divine will. And I was like, oh! If I could have been released from the prison of my body, my flights to the Fiat could have been faster. I would have learned more. I would have done only one act with her. But it seems to me that my nature makes me make interruptions, as if it put obstacles and made it difficult for me to always run in the divine will. I was thinking this when my divine master visited my soul and said to me, "Blessed girl, you should know that she who lives in my divine will possesses the virtue of keeping the nature of the creature orderly. Instead of being an obstacle, it helps him perform more divine acts. It is for flowers like a land, which allows it to form the magnificent blooms, which cover it almost by the variety of their beauty, and to whom the sun communicates the diversity of the most beautiful colors by making them brilliant by its light. If it weren't for the earth, the flowers wouldn't have a place where to form their lives, where to give birth to their beauty. The sun would have no one to communicate the display to its magnificent colors and of its pure sweetness. Such is human nature for the soul that lives in the divine will. It is a fertile and pure land that offers a field of action, so that not only the magnificent blooms are formed, but to bring out as many suns as acts performed. My daughter, it is an enchantment of beauty, the human nature that lives in my divine will, covered and hidden, as under a field of flowers all covered with the brightest light. The soul alone could not have produced such a variety of beauty. But united to my divine will, she finds small crosses, the necessities of life, the varied circumstances, sometimes painful sometimes happy, which like seeds serve to seed the earth of human nature to form its field of flowers. The soul has no earth and could not produce flowering. United to the body, oh! What beautiful things she can do! Even more, this human nature was formed by me. I modeled it piece by piece, giving it the most beautiful shape. I can say that I acted as a divine craftsman, by putting such a mastery on it that no one else could achieve. I loved it and I still see the touch of my creative hands printed on his human nature. That is why it is also mine and it belongs to me. Everything is in perfect harmony, nature, soul, human, and divine will. When human nature lends itself in this way to becoming earth, the human will is in the act of receiving the life of the divine will. In its actions, she allows herself to be dominated in everything. And she knows nothing but my will as life, actress, bearer, and preserver of all things. Oh! That everything then is holy, pure and magnificent. My Fiat is above her with her brush of light for perfect it, divinize it, spiritualize it. His nature can no longer be an obstacle to flights in my will. At most it can be for you an obstacle to your will, to which you must never give life, so that in your land there may be no fear. For if it is present, your land receives and gives what it has received. Truly, your land gives even more and changes seeds into flowers, plants, and fruits. Otherwise, it remains in its silence and remains a barren land. I thanked Jesus for his beautiful lesson. I was happy to know that my human nature couldn't hurt me. On the contrary, she could help me to grow the life of the divine will in my soul, and I continued my rounds, my flights in her actions. My sweet Jesus added. My daughter. My divine will possesses the inseparability of all its acts and effects. As much when she works alone inside as outside herself. That if she works in the creature, or when the creature is working in her, or in order to carry out what my divine will wants. In this way, my will, product of what is hers and retains it as part of her actions and properties, inseparable from herself. If the creature lives in my divine will, these acts become a common property of both. If the creature goes out, it loses his first rights over those that had been made in our house. Then the substance, the life of the act, the holiness, the beauty, the prerogatives necessary to be able to form one of our acts produced by our divine will. The creature did nothing else that to help and compete with his will to work with ours. But of substance, there is nothing that comes from her. That is why, by persisting in living in our will, she masters with her. If she comes out, it is with justice that she does not touch anything. But if she returns, she acquires the right of mastery again. But there is a big difference between the one who lives in my divine will and works with her, and the one who without living in my divine will, performs an act in the circumstances desired by my fiat. The latter takes in its act my limited will. The act performed remains what it is, without continuing its action. Although these acts are also inseparable from my will, it is nevertheless clear that these acts did not act continuously. It is by being limited that they took my divine will. And it is limited that they remain. On the other hand, she who lives and works in my will acquires the incessant act of continual work. These acts will always be agents in my fiat and will never lose the attitude. The work of my will never ceases, these acts become those of the creature. That's why I always want you in my fiat if you want to take it. Not in a limited way and in drops, but like a sea. In order to be so full of them that thou shalt not see end. Thou shalt touch nothing but my divine will. My abandonment in the divine fiat continues. I feel his call in all his actions which are in the sky, in the sun, in the sea, in the wind and in the acts performed in the redemption. Because nothing exists that has not come out of the divine will. And he calls me to tell me, I did everything for you. Come and enjoy all that belongs to you and that I have created for you. Be no stranger to all that is yours and does not leave our possessions alone and isolated. Come and make your voice heard so that it resonates in all things created. Let us hear the sweet sound of your footsteps. Loneliness weighs us down, your company makes us celebrate and brings us the sweet surprises of the joys that our beloved creature can give us. My mind was spinning in his works. Then my kind Jesus visited my poor soul and said to me, Blessed daughter of my will! All things created were created for creatures. Thus my divine will remained in each of them to call the creature. Because she didn't want to be alone. But she wanted to see in it the one for whom things were created in order to give him the rights and not to be frustrated with the purpose for which my will had created them. And who hears this call? The one who possesses my will as life. The echo of my will that is found in created things forms the same echo in the soul that possesses it. He carries her in his arms where my will calls him. And as the soul holds the rights that I have given him. If she loves, all created things say love. If she worships, they say adoration. If she thanks, they say thank you. So that we can see Voltiger. In the sky, the sun, the sea, the wind, and in everything, even in the little bird that sings. The love, the adoration, the thanksgiving of the creature who possesses my divine will. How vast is love and everything the soul can say and do. When heaven and earth are in his power. But it's nothing yet. You must know that for the soul that possesses my divine will, the divine omnipotence enters into his works and a true power wants to spread everywhere and in all, to recall everything in this act. As his empire is felt by all, my will attracts the attention of all. so that everyone feels the active power of my Fiat in the creature's act. Because I can call this act not his, but mine. Angels and saints are in possession of my will. All feel a current of his power flowing into creation and seek to receive it. By bowing, they worship, thank, and love the work of the divine will. An act of my will is the greatest and most beautiful thing there is. In heaven and on earth, only one of his acts possesses all the power. Thus, may my will work alone or in the human act. It can bring innovation, the transformation of all things, and to give birth to new things that did not yet exist. An act of my divine will takes its place in the divine order with its almighty empire. It reigns over all. He reigns by her seductive love, her delightful beauty, with its joys and infinite sweetness. It is an act that includes everything in itself. And those who do not feel the beauty are forced to feel on themselves the weight of justice. But among the creatures who feel the touch of the power of an act of my will, none will be excluded. And only these acts align for a continual homage to God. Because the acts that give the most glory and a continual tribute to God are only the acts performed in the Fiat. For they are acts reproduced by God himself, and they participate in his incessant act. After which I did my deeds in the divine will, my sweet Jesus added. My daughter, the soul that lives in my will is in the continual act of rebirth in the acts it performs in it. If she likes, it is in the continual act of being reborn in divine love. It then forms in it the life of love, who takes primacy in his whole being through its heartbeat, breathing, its movements, his looks, his steps, and his will. And everything else becomes love. Every time it is reborn, love grows, this love that is life. In the act of always being reborn and growing, there is the force which delights and hurts, and which at the same time as it hurts us, delights us, but with our divine power itself. Feeling hurt, we make our love spring from our wounds, and we hurt our beloved creature. With each new birth we redouble our love for her. Thus, when it repairs, and as many times as it repairs in our will, it is reborn in divine reparation, and it forms the life of reparation in its soul. So that breath, movement, will and all its being acquire the life of reparation. And as it is not with a single act that it makes reparation to us, but with a whole life. This life holds the disarming power. By disarming us, she converts plagues into graces. This is the case for all that the creature can do in our divine will. It is lives that she acquires that are nourished by our divine sources. So when she praises us, gives us thanks, blesses us in our divine will, it forms a whole life of action, of grace, of thanks, praise, and of blessing to his Creator. Every time she does, as she is reborn and grows in her actions, she forms the fullness of life. Thus, each of its heartbeats, every breath, every thought, and every parley, each of his steps, the blood circulating in his veins, every particle of his being says, I love you, I thank you, I praise you, I tell you. Blessed. Oh, how beautiful it is to see her possess so many lives. For as many times as she is reborn in her deeds performed in our divine Fiat, and for as many lives as it possesses, we feel in a beating of his heart as many beats, as many breaths, movements, and steps. Some say love to us, others reparation, thanksgiving, praise, and blessing. These rebirths and lives form the most beautiful harmony in the blessed creature who had the good to acquire them. And our satisfaction is so great that our gaze is always fixed on it, our ears always attentive to listen to it. The power of our will calls for our continual attention. When she says, I love you, we say, we love you, oh girl. When she makes reparation to us, we press her on our hearts. When she gives us thanks and blesses us, we repeat to her, we thank you because you thank us, we give thanks to you because you give us thanks, we bless you because you bless us. We can say that we are competing with it. Heaven and earth are stunned to see the Creator compete with his beloved creature. That is why I always want you in my will. Because it is in her that you give us to make, to say, and to form our outlet of love. I felt all immersed in the divine will. A host of thoughts preoccupied my mind, but still about the Fiat itself. Because in him, we cannot think of anything else. Its sweet enchantment, its light that takes on all things. His so many truths that surround us on all sides drive out everything that does not belong to him. The happy creature who is in the divine will finds himself in a heavenly atmosphere, happy, in the fullness of the peace of the saints. If he wants anything, it is that all can enjoy his happiness. I thought to myself, how is it that creatures can come to live in the divine will to be able to form his holy kingdom? My beloved Jesus surprised me. He said to me, my daughter, how little you are. We see that your smallness does not know how to rise in power, the immensity, kindness and the magnanimity of your Creator. And from its smallness it measures our greatness and our liberality. Poor little one, you are scattering in our endless powers. And you do not know how to give the right weight to our divine and infinite ways. It is true that for the creature, humanly speaking, surrounded as it is by evils, to live in my will, which forms her kingdom among creatures, it is as if she wants to touch the sky with her finger, which is impossible. But what is impossible for men is possible for God. You must know that life in our will is a gift. What our magnanimity wants to do to creatures. With this gift the creature will feel transformed. Poor, she will become rich. Weak, it will be strong. Ignorant, she will be learned. Slave of vile passions, she will become the gentle and voluntary prisoner of such a holy will, which will not make her prisoner, but which will make her sovereign of itself, divine possessions and of all things created. It will be like this poor man, dressed in miserable rags and living in a slum without doors, open to thieves and enemies. He does not have enough bread to satisfy his hunger and he is forced to beg. If a king were to give him 1,000,000, his destiny would change and he would no longer be that poor beggar. But he would be a lord possessing palaces and villas, dressed with decency and with enough food to be able to help others. What changed the fate of this unfortunate man? The 1,000,000 received as a gift. Gold, if a vile coin, has the virtue of being able to change the fate of a poor unfortunate, much more. The great gift of our will, given as a gift, may change the unfortunate fate of human generations. Except for those who will willingly want to stay in their misfortune. Even more so because this gift was made to man at the beginning of his creation. With ingratitude he rejected it to do his will and withdraw from ours. The creature that now disposes to make our will prepares place, propriety, nobility, where to be able to deposit this gift so great and so infinite. Our knowledge of the Fiat will help and prepare it in surprising ways. To receive this gift. What she could not get today, she will get tomorrow. Therefore, I do what a king would do. Who would like to raise a family to the point of kinship with his real family? For this, the king first takes a member of this family. He places him in his palace, raises him, feeds him at his table. He accustomed her to his noble ways, entrusted her with her secrets. To make this creature worthy of him he makes it live in his will. For more security, so that she does not descend into the baseness of her family. He gives her the gift of his will so that she can find his power there. What the king cannot do. I can do this by duplicating my will in order to give it to the creature. That's why the king keeps his eyes fixed on her. He continues to embellish it, to put on beautiful and precious clothing, so that he becomes in love with it. Unable to resist any longer, he attaches it to himself by the permanent bond of marriage, so that they become a gift to each other. Both parties thus hold the right to rule. This family acquires the ties of kinship with the king, out of love for the one who gave herself to him, And because he too has given himself to her, calls this family to live in his palace. By giving him the same gift he gave to the one he loves so much. That is what we have done. First we called a member of the human family to come and live in the palace of our will. Little by little, we gave him his knowledge, his most intimate secrets. In doing so, we experience indescribable satisfactions and joys. We feel how sweet and precious it is to have a creature that lives in our will. And our love prompts us, in truth it obliges us, to give him the gift of our omnipotent Fiat. Even more so because that she has given us the gift of her will. That it was already in our power and that our divine will was capable to be safe and in his place of honor in the creature. After donating our Fiat to a member of this human family, she acquires the bond and right of this gift. Because never do we make works or gifts to a single creature, and these works and gifts are always made universally. That is why this gift will be ready for all creatures, provided that they want it and that they dispose of it. Thus the gift of life in my will is not a property of the creature and is also not in his power. But there is a gift that I make when I want, to whom I want and when I want. It is a gift from heaven made by our great magnanimity and by an inextinguishable love. With this gift, the human family will feel so connected to its creator that she will no longer feel distant from it, but she will feel close to the point to be able to be of his family and to be able to cohabit in his palace. With this gift, its members will see themselves so rich that they will no longer feel the miseries, the weaknesses, the bellicose passions, but that everything will be strength, peace, abundance of grace. In recognizing the gift, everyone will say, in Heavenly Father's house, nothing is missing. I have everything at my disposal and always by virtue of the gift I have received. We always donate by effect of our great love and of our very high magnanimity. If it were not so, or if we wanted to worry about whether the creature deserves it or not, if she has made sacrifices, then it would no longer be a gift, but a payment. And our gift would become like a right and a slave of the creature. But we in our gifts are not slaves to anyone. In fact, man did not yet exist. And already, and before it was, we had already created the sky, the sun, the wind, the sea, the land in bloom and everything else in order to give it to man. What had he done to deserve such great and eternal gifts? Nothing. And in the act of his creation we gave him this great gift that went beyond all the others, that of our omnipotent Fiat. And although he had rejected it, we have not stopped giving it to him. No. But we hold this gift in reserve, in order to give the children the very gift that the Father rejected. The gift is made in the excess of our love which is so great that he does not know what he can do and who does not care about the accounts, while he grants a payment if the creature performs good works, sacrifices herself. He then gives with a fair measure and according to his merits. This is not the case in giving. That is why the creature who may doubt what it means does not understand our divine being, nor our magnitude, nor how far our love can go. However, we want to the correspondence of the creature, gratitude and his little love. I kept thinking to the divine will and to the serious evils of the human will, and how without the life of the Fiat it is lifeless, without guide, without light, without strength, without food, ignorant because he does not possess the master to teach him the divine science. So that without the divine will the creature knows nothing of its creator. It can be said that she is illiterate. If she knows anything, it's barely the shadow of a vowel, but without clarity. Because without the divine will, it is never day and it is always night. This is why God is so little known. The heavenly language, the divine truths are not understood because the divine will does not reign as the life of the first act. It seemed to me to see before my mind the human will. Starving, in rags, cretin, dirty, lame and wrapped in thick darkness. As she is not used to living with light and looking at it. Each little light of truth veils his sight, confuses it and blinds him even more. Oh! How much we must mourn the great misfortune of the human will. Without the divine will, it seems that it lacks the life of the good end. The food needed to live. I was thinking this when my heavenly master visited me and said, "My blessed daughter, doing one's own will is so serious that the evil would not be so great. If the creature hindered the course of the sun, sky, wind, air, and water. And yet this race would cause such terror and disorder that man could no longer live. And yet this great evil would be nothing compared to that of doing one's own will. Because the creature does not then hinder the course of created things, but that of the Creator himself. By withdrawing from our will, Adam hindered the race of the gifts that the Creator was to give to his beloved creature. If he could, he would have forced God to stillness. Our Supreme Being, creating it, wanted to remain in continual correspondence with the creature. He wanted to give her sometimes this gift, sometimes another. He wanted to give her so many beautiful surprises, never interrupted. But in doing its will, the creature silently said to its Creator, "Withdraw, I have no place to place your gifts. If you talk to me, I don't understand you. Your surprises are not for me, I am self-sufficient." And she rightly says that. Because without my will as her first life, she lost her life and ability to be able to place my donations, to understand our celestial language. And she makes herself foreign to our most beautiful surprises. By not doing our will, the creature loses the divine life. The most beautiful, most interesting acts. And more necessary than his creation and the way it was created by God. By withdrawing from our fiat, the man disorganized himself in such a way that each of his steps hesitated because that he rejected the vital act of his life. That he detached himself from the stable and permanent act that was to live with him as in one life, that is, our divine will. In such a way that we feel immobilized by man. Because we want to give and we can't. We want to talk and he doesn't listen to us. It is as if from afar we are making our painful lament heard by saying to him, "Oh! Man, stop, remember in yourself this will that which you have rejected." He doesn't care about your ailments. She is ready to take possession of you and form in you her kingdom, a kingdom of reign, peace, happiness, of glory, victory for me and for you. Oh! Stop! To want to be a slave and to live in the labyrinth of your evils and miseries. For that is not why I created you. But to be king of yourself and of all things. Therefore, call my will as life. It will make you know your nobility and the heights of the place where God had put you. Oh! How pleased you will be, and how you will satisfy your Creator. After which he added, "My daughter, the creature that enters my divine will then feels true life within itself. Because it is in my will that she sees with clarity its nothingness, and how much this nothing needs the all that drew her from nothing so that she may live. And when she recognizes herself, the whole fills her with itself. This nothing then feels real life. And the creature finds in him the immediate contact. Holiness, goodness, power, love, and divine wisdom. She recognizes in herself the power of the creative work. His thrilling life and the extreme need for this divine life, without which he seems to have no life in her. It is only my will that makes the creature recognize its true nothingness. And my will continues to blow on this nothingness. To keep alive there the divine life that has ignited there in order to make it grow as a work worthy of our creative hands. On the other hand, without our will, the creature feels that it could be something. And the whole remains outside of this nothingness. After which I followed my actions in the divine will. My poor mind was lost in the multiplicity of his works. Who ran in search of the creature to kiss and surround him in order to to defend it, to offer his help, to congratulate her and to make him hear his amorous laments, his painful notes in the depths of his heart. In all that the divine Fiat does, he seeks the creature and he wants to find and love it. While the creature do not seek him, do not surround him and does not make him hear his love notes or his sweet laments, saying that she wants the one who loves her so much and that she should love. I was lost in his divine works. Then my sweet Jesus spoke again. My daughter, all our extra works have been and will be made only for creatures and because of them, because we have no needs. That is why the creature is always there shimmering and running in our acts of which it is the reason. And since every act has a purpose, the reason that makes us act is the creature. It is she who occupies the first place in all our actions. Therefore we can say, you were with us when we stretched out the sky and formed the sun. We gave you in this azure and this light the place of honor and you walked through them. In every act of the word performed on earth, in every suffering, in every word, you had your central place and you walked through them as owners. But we have not given the creature this place in our actions to make it useless and so that it roams them almost in idleness. No, no. Idleness has never sanctified anyone. We placed it in our deeds because in them we could put His. Our actions were to serve as a model, as a place to put one's actions in greater security. We are also working. To love is to work. It is our work because to love is to work, to invigorate, to create and maintain everything, everyone, and everyone. And despite the fact that the creature occupies this place in our works, oh! How many of them remain empty of the deeds of creatures? In truth, the creature does not even know them. She lives as if we had not given her anything. That is why our works are suffering and ask for it all the time. Because while having this place of honor in them, the creature does not use them. Nor does she work with her love for the work of her Creator. And yet the centuries will not end. Because our works have not achieved the purpose for which they were made, which is to have the creatures at work at their center. And these creatures will be the ones who leave my divine will. I always come back to the Supreme Fiat. I feel in me the sweet enchantment of His light, His peace, and His happiness. Oh! How I would like the whole world to know such a good so that all may pray for the coming of His kingdom to the earth. Thinking this I thought to myself. Life in the divine will is a gift that Jesus wants to make to human generations. And Jesus so ardently desires that this divine will be known so that it may reign. Why doesn't He hasten to give us this gift? Jesus, my greatest good, visiting my soul, all goodness, said to me. My daughter, you must know that if I burn with the desire to see my divine will reign, I cannot yet make this gift. For it is necessary first of all that the truths which I have manifested, being known to creatures, have the great good of forming the vision that will make them capable to understand it and to dispose to receive such a great good. It can be said that the creatures are now missing the eyes to see and the ability to understand the divine will. That's why I began by manifesting all these truths about my divine will. When creatures know my truths, they will form the orbit where to place the pupil and animate it with sufficient light to be able to look at and understand the gift, which more than a son, will be given to them and entrusted to them. If I wanted to give it today, it would be to give the son to a blind man. The poor little one, while having a whole son, would always be blind. Her fate would not change and she would not get any property from it. Rather, she would have the suffering of having received a son without even to be able to see it or receive its beneficial effects. On the other hand, the creature that would not be blind, what benefits she would receive by giving him the gift of a son that would be at her disposal? It would be for her a permanent feast, which would put her in a position to give the light to others. She would be surrounded and loved by all those who desire to obtain the good of the light which it possesses. That is why today make the great gift of my divine will, which more than the sun will change the fate of human generations, would be to make useless gifts to blind people. I don't know how to give useless things. I therefore expect, in delirium and with divine patience, that creatures may not only see the donation of my fiat, but that they be able to welcome him into them to form his kingdom and extend his reign. Patience, therefore. And things will be done in due course and in accordance with our sovereignty. Our Supreme Being acts like a father who would like to make a great gift to his grandchild. The father calls the child and lets him see the gift by telling him, "This gift is prepared for you and it is already yours," but he does not give it to her. The child, amazed and delighted at the sight of this gift that the father wants to give him, stays close to the father, begging him to give it to him. And unable to move away from it, he prays and prays again, saying that he wants to have this gift. Meanwhile, the father who sees his child near him takes advantage of it to instruct him and make him understand the nature of this gift, the good and the happiness he will derive from it. The child acquires maturity through the manifestations of the father. He becomes capable not only to receive the gift, but to understand all that the gift he is to receive contains of good and greatness. He then presses more and more the father. He prays and prays again. He longs after this gift until he weeps about it and can no longer live without this gift. It can be said that he formed in himself, by his prayers and sighs, and by acquiring the knowledge about the gift that his father had prepared for him, the life and the space where to receive the gift as a sacred deposit. This delay of the father in granting the gift to his child had the effect of a greater love. He was burning with the desire to make this gift to his child, but he wanted him to be able to understand the gift he was receiving. As soon as he saw in him the maturity necessary to receive such a good, he immediately granted it to him. This is how we act. More than a father, we aspire to give the great gift of our will to our children. But we want them to know what they are going to receive. Knowledge about our will. Make our children grow and make them capable of receiving such a great gift. All the manifestations I have made will truly be the eyes of the soul, which will allow him to see and understand what our paternal goodness has wanted to give to creatures for so many centuries. Even more so because the knowledge I have manifested about my divine will, being known by creatures, will cast in them the seed that sows the love of offspring for the Heavenly Father. They will feel our fatherhood. If Heavenly Father wants them to do His will, it is because He loves them and wants to love them as His children so that they can participate in His divine goods. Consequently, our knowledge of the divine fiat will teach them to live as children. It is then that all astonishment will cease as to the desire of our Supreme Being to want to make the great gift of His will to His children. It is a right of children to receive property from the Father, and it is a duty of the Father to give his property to his children. The creature who wants to live as a stranger does not deserve the Father's possessions. Even more so because our fatherhood desires, longs and burns with the desire to do this gift, that the will of the Father and his children may be one. So, yes, our paternal love will rest when we see the work come out of our creative hands, within our will, in our house, and that our kingdom will be populated by our dear children. After which I continued to think about the divine will. It seems to me that I cannot stop thinking about it. My heavenly master added, "Blessed girl! All the acts performed by my divine will are so well connected to each other that they are inseparable. So that if one wants to find them, it seems at first that one finds only one act alone, but penetrating further, one sees that all these distinct acts are merged to the point that it is impossible to distinguish them from each other. This force of union and inseparability forms the nature of divine work. Creation itself says it. If a single star were to detach itself from the place it occupies and which connects it to all the other things created, it would fall and throw everywhere confusion, however great is the inseparability and the union that maintains them. All created things together have life, although they are distinct from each other, and form the beautiful harmony of creation. Separated, it can be said that they lose their lives and sow confusion everywhere. This is the case with the human will separated from the will of its creator. Not only does it fall, but it sows confusion everywhere. Should we be surprised, it would disturb if it could the very order of its creator. The human will created by us and separated from our own, would be like a star detached from its place. Where she possessed divine strength, the union of an agreement and all goods with her Creator. By detaching, she loses strength, union, and the goods necessary for life. His fate is then necessarily to throw confusion everywhere. The soul that lives in my divine will feels in its first act the strength and union of all the acts of the divine Fiat, so that one act includes and encloses all other acts. The soul feels the need to continue its actions to connect, in order to develop the strength of the divine will that it feels in it, as a life. Who does not know how to be without being felt and wants to breathe, throb and work. An act calls for another end, forms the sequence of acts with the union of these acts in my will. But to form a life, it is not enough. An act, a breath, a heartbeat. No, it is necessary the continuation of the act of breathing, palpitation, and work. Living in my divine will, the soul breathes and pulsates. And my Fiat forms his entire working life. For all that a creature is able to enclose in itself. Consequently, if you want his life in you, let your actions be continually in my will. My poor spirit bathes in the immense sea of the divine will. This sea whispers continuously, but what does it whisper? Love, praise, thanksgiving. The Supreme Being makes his whisper meet with that of the creature, and gives love to receive love. What a sweet encounter between the Creator and the creature, who give each other love. In this exchange are formed waves of love, light and indescribable beauties, in which the creature, unable to contain them in itself, feels drowned. If she could take, God knows how much, the feeling of being flooded with it prevents her from being able to repeat what she feels in herself. Ineffable secrets of love, light, divine knowledge that the whisper of Jehovah has enclosed in his soul. But lost in so much knowledge, to the point of not knowing how to repeat them, I heard myself stammering. For lack of adequate vocabulary and not to commit blunders, I pass. My kind Jesus, taken with compassion for my incapacity and my smallness, hugged me and said to me, "My blessed daughter, it is true that your smallness feels drowned in immensity of my light, of my love, and of the innumerable truths contained in our holy and adorable being. But our power and immensity take pleasure in filling the creature in this way. Light of love, diverse knowledge and holiness, to the point of overwhelming it. This is a most delightful scene, to see the creature bathed in our immensity, who wants to speak, but which is drowned in light, love, and the surprising truths. Oh, how beautiful it is that she wants to talk about how she feels our waves cover her and silence her. It is, however, a display of ourselves that we make to our beloved creature. We act as a master who wants to flaunt his science in front of his little disciple. He shows all his knowledge and the disciple listens, fills his mind and heart. The master has said so many things that the disciple is unable to repeat anything. But it does serve to make him appreciate and love the master, and to hope to reach the heights of its science. As the disciple is under his guidance, this allows the master to make themselves known and to receive the attention, affection, and faithfulness of the disciple. That's what we do. In order to make ourselves known and loved, when we see the creature emptied of all things, that she wants nothing more than our divine will, we are so delighted that we flood it with light, love, and truths about us. Then we cut part by part what we breathed into him in one go. And we take pleasure in adapting to its small abilities. You must know that the creature who lives in the divine will reacquire, among other prerogatives, the gift of science infuses a donation, who will be for her a guide to know our divine being, which will facilitate the exercise of the kingdom of the divine will in his soul. This gift will be for her a guide in the order of natural things. He will be the hand that will guide her in all things. He will make her known the pulsating life of the divine will in all created things and the good that he will continually bring to him. This gift was given to Adam at the beginning of his creation. He possessed with our divine will the infused gift of science, in such a way that he knew with clarity not only our divine truths, but also all the beneficial virtues that possessed all things created for the good of the creature, from the greatest to the smallest blade of grass. When he rejected our divine will, our Fiat withdrew his life and the gift that Adam had received. He has remained ever since in the dark, without the pure and true light of the knowledge of all things. That is why, with the return of the life of my will in the creature, the gift of infused science will be returned to him. This gift is inseparable from my divine will as light is inseparable from heat. Where my will reigns, it forms in the depths of the soul, the eye filled with light. The soul, looking with this divine eye, acquires knowledge of God and things created, as far as it is possible for a creature. But when my will withdraws, the eye remains blind, because my will that animates it has left it and is no longer the active life of the creature. This is what happens with the body. The creature whose eye is healthy can see, distinguish colors and people. But if the pupil becomes dark, it loses light and remains blind. She can no longer distinguish anything. The creature will at most be able to use touch to know and understand something. But the light is exhausted and off. The creature may have eyes. They will no longer be filled with light, but with thick darkness carrying suffering from the lost life. This is my will. Where she reigns, it centralizes in the soul this gift of infused science, which better than the eye sees and understands effortlessly divine truths and the most difficult knowledge of our Supreme Being, but with wonderful ease and without study. Even more so for the natural things that no one knows about. The substance, the good they contain, if not the one who created them. ILNEST don pas étonnant que notre divin vouloir se fasse le révélateur de notre être divin et des choses qu'elle lui-même a créées dans l'mouil regni. Etsilne regni pas, tout est ténèbres pour la pauvre creature. Nos enfants sont aveugles. Ilsne connaissent pas ilsne aiment pas celui qui les a créés. Qui les aime plus qu'un père et qui languit après la mort de ses enfants. Ma divine volonté ne s'est pas se présenter les mains vides la oul regni mais elle apporte tous les biens qu'elle possède. Etsi par ingratitude ses enfants la contraignent à se retirer. Elle emporte tout avec elle, car elle est inséparable de ses biens. Elle fait comme elle soleil. Il apporte le matin sa lumière à la terre et tout ses effets bienfaisants. Etnse couchant le soir, il emporte avec lui sa lumière. Etiln reste pas un good pour la nuit. Et pourquoi? Parce qu'il lui est impossible de se détacher d'un seul particule de lumière, car il est inséparable de sa lumière. Et que la ouil va avec la plénitude de sa lumière, il forme le plein jour. Par conséquent, sois attentive. Parce que la ouil regne ma volonté, elle veut faire de grandes choses. Elle veut tout donner. Incapable de s'adapter à faire de petites choses, elle veut former le grand jour et faire étalage de ses dons et de sa magnificence. Monde petit esprit continue à traverser la mer du divin Fiat. Il me semble qu'il occupe la première place et regne sur toutes choses, comme aussi sur l'être suprême. Il dit, c'est en vain que vous cherchez à m'échapper. En toutes choses il peut dire, je suis ici. Je suis, je suis ici pour vous donner la vie. Je suis l'insurmontable. Personne ne peut me dépasser. Ni en amour. Ni en lumière. Ni dans monde immensite. Ouje forme pour moi autant de vies que je veux donner auxiliary creatures. O puissance du divin vouloir. Dans ton immensite tu rechercher les axes des creatures pour former tes vies en chacun d'eux. Els ne les recoivent pas ou les rejettent. Et cette vie demeurer tuffy en toi, dans ton immensite. Et toi. Sans jamais te lasser, et avec un amour capable de tout conquérir. Tu continues tes recherches des axes humains. Pour leur donner ta vie et pour y entrer à chaque instant. Mais monde esprit se perde dans la mer du Fiat. Alors, monde celeste maître, visitant sa petite fille, me dit, bien heureuse fille de monde vouloir. Chaque acte accompli dans ma volonté. Est un pas que fait la creature pour se rapprocher de Dieu et Dieu fait à son tour un pas vers elle. Nous pouvons dire que le créateur est la creature. Sont toujours en marche l'un vers l'autre, sans hésiter. Ma volonté descend dans l'acte de la creature pour y former son pas de vie divine. Elle monte dans le fiat, dans les divines regions, pour se faire conquérante. De lumière. D'amour. De sainteté. De connaissances divines. De sorte que chaque acte, parole, souffle, pulsation dans ma volonté est un pas de vie divine que fait la creature. Et monde fiat soupire après ces. Pour en faire son champ d'action et pour y former autant de vies divines dans la creature. Tel était le dessein de la création. Former notre vie dans la creature. Avoir en el notre champ d'action divine. C'est pourquoi nous aimons tant qu'elle fasse notre volonté. Afin de mettre en surat notre vie en let non pas en nous. Parce nous en avons besoin de personne et nous suffisons à nous mêmes. C'était le grand prodige. That we wanted end. That we want to accomplish by virtue of our will. Form our life in the life of the creature. Therefore, if we did not, creation would remain without its primary purpose. An impediment to our love. A continual bitterness to look at it. So, we see in it a work so great and of such magnificence not realized. And our missed design. What if there was no certainty in us that our will could have its reign in the creature? To form our life in it. Our love would burn all of creation and reduce it to nothing. And if our will endures so many things, it is because we see our purpose realized beyond time. But when the creature does its will, it takes steps back and it moves away from its creator. And God takes steps back and forms an infinite distance between the two. So you see the need to persevere continuously, to work in my divine will in order to reduce the distance created by the human will between God and the creature. And don't think it's a personal distance. I am in all things, in all, in heaven and on earth. The distance that forms the human will without my will is a distance. Holiness, beauty, kindness, power of love, which are infinite distances. Only my will at work in the creature can gather, join, and make inseparable from each other, my will and the creature. This is what happened in the redemption. Every manifestation made by us concerning the descent of the Word on earth was as many steps that we made to humanity who prayed and waited for it. These steps brought our events, our prophecies and our revelations. Auxiliary creatures qui ont en zpu faire leurs pas vers l'être suprême. De sorte qu'elles ont continue à marcher vers nous et nous vers elles. Lorsque le temps est venu de devoir descendre du ciel sur la terre. Nous avons augmenté le nombre des prophètes. Afin de pouvoir faire plus de révélations et exceller notre rencontre. Car dans les premiers temps du monde, il n'y avait pas de prophètes. Et nos manifestations étaient si rares. Chuan put dire chuan ne face chuan pa par siècle. La lenteur de ces pas avec pour effet. De refaire water la ferveur les creatures. Qui ate yent presque touts prets a dire que ma de sente sur terre etate unchose absurdi, et non unrealite. Tout comme on le dit aujourd'hui du royaume de ma volonté, un facon de parler, et unchose presque impossible à réaliser. C'est pourquoi avec les prophètes Venus après Moïse. Presque dans les derniers temps avant ma descente sur la terre, la marche des deux côtés est accélérée par nos manifestations. Pousse est venu la souveraine dame du ciel qui non seulement marque mais courait pour hater la rencontre avec son créateur. Pour le faire descendre et accomplir la rédemption. Tu voisins y comment mes manifestations sur la ma divine volonté sont des preuves certaines. Que ma divine volonté est en marche pour venir régner sur la terre, et que la creature a qui ces manifestations ont it fates, avec une constance de fer. Walking and running too. To make this first meeting end. To offer his soul. So that my divine will may reign their end. Thus take the step that will make her reign among the creatures. That is why your actions must be continual. For only continual acts can speed up walking, overcome obstacles, and to be the only conquerors capable of conquering God and the creature. After which the crowd of my thoughts about the divine will continued. After receiving Holy Communion, I said to myself, what is the difference between the sacraments and the divine will? My sovereign Jesus, tearing the Eucharistic veils, made himself seen, and with a painful sigh, he said to me, my blessed daughter, the difference is great between the two. The sacraments are the effects of my will. On the other hand, my will is life. Through her creative power of life, it is she who forms and gives life to the sacraments. The sacraments do not have the virtue of giving life to my will because it is eternal and has no beginning or end. My adorable will always occupies the first place in all things, possessing by nature the creative virtue. It creates things and life itself. Wherever she wants. When and how she wants. It can be said that the difference is the one that exists between the sun and the effects that the sun produces. These do not give life to the sun, but receive life from the sun and must remain at its disposal. Because the life of the effects is produced by the sun. The sacraments are received in a certain time, in a certain place, and in certain circumstances. Baptism is given once, and that's it. The sacrament of penance is given when the creature has fallen into sin. My sacramental life itself is given once a day. And the poor creature does not feel in her in this space of time strength, the help of baptismal waters that continually regenerates it. Nor the sacramental words of the priest who continually comfort her by saying to her, I absolve you of your sins. La creature ne trouve pas non plus, dans ses faibles et les épreuves de la journée, le Jesus sacramental elle peut prendre avec elle durant toutes les heures de la journée. Par contre, ma divine volonté possède l'acte primordial de la vie. Lest capable de donner la vie. By her domination, she keeps him above the creature. At every moment, she gives herself as life. Life of light. Life of holiness. Life of love. Life of firmness, strength of soul. In short, it is life. Times, circumstances, places, and hours do not exist for her. There are no restrictions or laws. Especially when it is a question of giving life. And life is formed by continual acts and not by acts from time to time. In the passion of his love, the creature is under his continual empire and he receives a continuous baptism, an absolution never interrupted, and a communion of every moment. More. Our will was given to man at the beginning of his creation as eternal life living in him. From this substance, from the fruit of creation, our will would form our life in the creature. Through this life, we have given everything. And man could find in her everything he needed. Everything was at his disposal. Help, fortitude, holiness, light. Everything was put in his power. And my will made a commitment to give him everything he wanted, on condition that he let her dominate him and dwell in his soul. When man was created, the sacraments were not necessary. Because he possessed my will, the origin and the life of all goods. They had no reason to exist, as helpers, means of healing and forgiveness. But when man rejected our will, he found himself then without divine life and therefore without nourishing virtue. Without the continual act that renewed and made his life grow. If he did not die entirely, it was by the effects that my divine will gave him. According to its provisions, circumstances, and times. Seeing that man was deteriorating more and more. To support and help him. Our paternal goodness established the law and as the norm of his life. At creation, he had only my divine will, which, at the same time as our life continues, brought him in kind, our divine law. We didn't need to tell him anything or order him. For he felt it in himself as his own life. Especially since where my will reigns, there are no laws or commandments. Laws are for servants, for rebels, not for our children. It is love that maintains the relationship between us and those who live in our will. Despite the laws, man did not change. Man was the ideal of our creation and for him alone everything was created. So I choose to come to earth myself in their midst, to bring them more valuable support, more beneficial remedies, safer means and more powerful rescue. I instituted the holy sacraments. These act according to time and circumstances, and according to the dispositions of the creatures, as the effects and works of my divine will. But if the soul does not let my divine will into it as life, it will always keep its miseries. A broken life. She will be at the mercy of her living passions. His holiness and salvation himself will always be shaky. For only the continual life of my will bewitches passions, miseries, and forms the opposing acts of holiness. Strength of soul, firmness, light and of love, in the evils of creatures. Thus the human will being in its sweet enchantment, feels flowing in its evils. The beauty, goodness, and holiness of the continual act of life transmitted by the gentle and pleasant dominion of my will. And the creature lets her do what she wants. For a continual act that gives eternal life can never be reached by means of other acts, other aid or other means, however strong and holy they may be. There is no greater evil that the creature can do to itself, nor of greater harm that it can cause to our paternal goodness, that not to let our will reign in it. If it could, it would lead us to destroy all creation. The creature was created to be our residence. Not only her, but all the things created, the heavens, the sun, the earth, all these works. Having been generated by our supreme greatness, we have the right to inhabit them. By dwelling in them, we keep them with dignity. We maintain them always beautiful and always new, and as we have put them in the world. Now the creature, who does not do our will, puts us outside our residence. It is then like a rich lord who wants to build a large and magnificent palace. When the palace is built, he wants to stay there. But they close the door in his face and throw stones at him so well that he cannot set foot there, and that he cannot remain in the residence he has built. Wouldn't this residence deserve to be destroyed by the one who built it? But he doesn't do it because he loves his work. He waits and waits again, because he knows that he can overcome by love and that his residence will open the doors for him to let him in and give him the freedom to live in it. It is in these conditions that the creature places us by not letting our will reign in his soul. She closes the doors in our face and she throws us the stones of her faults. And we, with invincible and divine patience, wait. Since the creature does not want to receive our will as life in it, with a paternal goodness we give him the effects of our will. Laws. The sacraments. The gospel. Help by my examples and my prayers. But all this cannot match the great good granted by my will as the eternal life of the creature. Because my will is at the same time the laws, the sacraments, the gospel, life. She is everything, she can give everything because she owns everything. This is enough to understand the great difference between my will as a continual life in the creature and between the effects that it cannot produce in a sustainable way. But according to the circumstances, in time, in the sacraments themselves. And although the effects can bring great goods, they can never manage to produce all the goods that the life of my divine will, reigning and dominating in the creature, can produce. Therefore, be attentive, my daughter. Give her the holy freedom to do what she wants in your soul. My little soul always turns in the divine Fiat. She feels the irresistible need to live in him. Because in him everything is made available to me, everything is mine. It is like a secret invitation that all the things created in the depths of my heart do to me, saying to me in their silent voice, "Come into us, come and possess ourselves and enjoy all the beautiful works that the Creator has done for you and to give us to you." Oh! What sweet enchantment contains creation seen through the sails of the divine will! My little soul was all absorbed in the sweet enchantment of creation. Then my beloved Jesus was making his little visit again. He said to me, "My blessed daughter, for the creature who lives in my divine will everything is present. The past and the future do not exist for her, nor for us. Everything is in action, in the moment. It enters into the divine order. Our paternal goodness does not want to give a previous love felt at the moment of creation, nor a future love that would not touch his heart. As for the first, the creature would have felt to me that the love that came out of our womb would not be destined directly for him. For the second, that it would be about love and works to hope for. Especially since for us the past and the future do not exist. The past and the future are for the creature who lives outside our will because it only looks at the appearance of our works, not the inside. While the creature who lives in my will sees our works within us. And she sees our continual creation for every creature. The happy creature who lives in our will. We make him see and touch with his hand our act and train. To extend the sky. To create the sun, the wind, the air, the sea, etc., all for her. She sees and understands clearly our intense love by creating everything for her. Our power and wisdom by ordering them out of love for her. She feels enveloped and as if overwhelmed by the waves of our love, our power, our wisdom and of our goodness in everything created. And while feeling overwhelmed, she sees that her Creator does not finish the creation, that he never says it's enough. But let him continue and always continue his creative act for her. She sees that our creative and operating act never ceases. And it echoes our love and never stops loving us. Oh! How beautiful it is to find in the creature a continual love that never ceases, just like ours. She sees herself drowned in our continual love. Who maintains the creative act out of love for her. In order to respond to our love. She uses her same ploys to imitate us and she tells us, "Supreme Majesty! Oh! If I could I would do it too. Of the heavens, the suns and all that you are able to do, out of love for you. But I cannot give you a sky and a sun with all that you have given me. So I want to love you very, very much." And, oh! How satisfied and paid we feel back when the creature uses our love and gives us our love, his act, in order to love us. There is no dissimilar thing in our will between the Creator and the creature. If she loves, she uses our love to love us. If she works in our works. She neither loves nor works outside of our love, nor of our works. We can say that our love is his, that his love is ours, and that we have done our works together. Thus life in our will congratulates us and the creature because we created it for us and we want to have to do something with it. We want to be together, work together, congratulate each other and We want to love each other together. Our purpose was not to keep it at bay, no, it was to be together and merge it into us. In order to keep it absorbed, we have given him our creative and acting act, which in creating things, formed its waves of love and opened veins of happiness in the creature. So she felt not only our will in it, our exciting and active life, but also the immense sea of our joys and happiness to the point of holding paradise in its soul. Creation but also redemption is constantly in action, repeating itself. The creature who lives in my divine will, feel the continual act of my descent from heaven to earth. It's really for her, out of love for her, that I descend, I am conceived, I am born, I suffer, and I die. To reciprocate. She receives me, she is conceived in me. She is reborn in me, lives with me and dies with me in order to be resurrected with me. There's nothing I've done that she doesn't want to do with me again. So much so that it is inseparable from creation, inseparable from the redemption and all that I have done. If it is inseparable from all our works, from my life itself, what would I not give to the one who lives in our will? How not to centralize everything in it? My love could not bear it if I did not. So if you want to have everything, live in my will. For I never give sparingly, but I give everything. Thus you will have the great happiness of feeling in you all that we do, in continual action. You will understand how much you have been loved by your Creator and how much you are obliged to love Him. After which I surrendered myself into the arms of the divine will. My mind was troubled because of some painful memories. My sweet Jesus, touched with compassion for me, came to bless me. His blessing was a beneficent dew that gave me perfect calm. I felt like a child all shy, out and freed from a storm. My beloved Jesus, all goodness, said to me, my good daughter, courage, don't be afraid. Because courage is a powerful weapon that kills reluctance and drives away all fear. Put everything aside. Come in my divine will to form your breeze to blow on all our works. They are all ordered in our Fiat. But they don't move on their own. They want the breeze of the creatures to go towards them. If the breeze is strong, they run, they fly to be the bearers of the goods that each of our works possesses. So much so that the soul that enters into our will unites with our actions to make his own in ours. By uniting, the creature forms a breeze. And with the very force of our will it sets in motion, calls, enchants, strengthens all our works with its gentle and penetrating breeze. And she sets them in motion towards the creatures. Oh! How happy we are! How much we long after this sweet and invigorating breeze that the creature brings us in our will. Therefore, be attentive, never lose peace. Otherwise you will not be able to come into our will to form your breeze, the sweet comforts, the freshness of your ardent love and the movement for our works. For they enter into our will only through these peaceful souls. There is no room for others. If our will does not feel you following in his footsteps and if his works are not courted by your breeze, we say with sadness, oh! The daughter of our will remains behind and leaves us alone without her company. My daughter, you must know that in creating man, our divine being poured out a rain of holiness, light, love, beauty, goodness, etc. This rain ceased as soon as man withdrew from our divine will. The soul that lives in her, that unites her actions with ours, brings us this slight breeze and sets in motion all our works. We reform this rain and dump it first on this lucky creature and after and then on all the others. The favorable breeze in our Fiat calls for rain, invokes it and languishes after it, on behalf of our Supreme Being. On the other hand, the actions of the human will outside of our own form headwinds and chase away our beneficial rain which must remain in the air. That is why we see so many creatures as arid lands, without flowers and fruits. But this does no harm to the one who lives in our divine will, because it is away from everyone. Coming to live with her divine family, she constantly feels falling on her the continual rain of our divinity. My abandonment in the divine will continues. I feel his omnipotent strength put me on all and my little soul defeated. In such a way that I want nothing, feel nothing, and touch nothing except the divine will. If a small cloud invades my mind, immediately its divine light floods me and almost without giving me time, makes me take flight. I will take refuge in the arms of my Heavenly Mother or in those of my most sweet Jesus to regain my dear life. I sometimes ask both of them to keep me in their actions so that I can remain safe and protected against everything and against all. I was thinking about that and other things. Then my greatest good Jesus hugged me and said to me, "Blessed girl! My actions and those of my Mother Queen, our love, our holiness, are continually in the act of waiting to join your acts to ours in order to give them the form of our acts and place our seal in them. Like the acts of our Sovereign Lady of Heaven, they are woven with my actions and therefore inseparable. The creature that comes to live in our divine will comes to work in our interlacing end. His actions remain locked within our actions, where our will keeps them as a triumph and a work of the divine Fiat. Nothing enters into our actions that did not originate in our Fiat. So you see that for the one who lives in our will, holiness is formed within our holiness, which it loves within our love, and that she works within our works. The one who works in our will feel as by nature her inseparability from our actions, and we from her own. Just as light is inseparable from heat and heat from light. These souls are therefore our continual triumph, our glory, our victory over the human will. These are divine properties that we form in them and they in us. The human will and the divine will embrace each other continuously. They merge. God develops his life in the creature and the creature develops his life in God. Moreover, for the one who lives in my will, there is nothing relating to my Fiat over which the creature acquires its rights. A right over our divine being. A right over his Heavenly Mother, over the angels, the saints. A right over the sky, the sun, all creation. God, the Virgin, and all others acquire a right over the creature. This is what happens when two young spouses unite by an indissoluble bond. That both parties acquire a right on their person and on everything that concerns them both. It is a right that no one can take away from them. Thus the creature who lives in our will forms the new, the true, and true marriage with the Supreme Being. A marriage is thus formed with all that belongs to it. Oh! How beautiful it is to see this creature married to all. She is the darling, the beloved of all, and it is with good reason that all love her, hope for her and long for her company. They love them all and give everyone a right over her. And the new and long relationship she has acquired with her Creator, oh! If it could be seen from the earth, one would see. May God carry her in his arms. That the Sovereign Queen nourishes her with the exquisite dishes of the divine will. That the angels and saints court her. That the sky extends over her to cover and protect her, and to attack who would touch her. The sun fixes its light on her and embraces her with her warmth, the wind caresses her. There is nothing created that does not lend itself to exercising its function around it. My will surrounds her so that all and everything can serve and love her. This is how the creature who lives in my will gives everyone something to do. And all feel happy to be able to extend their field of action inside and outside this happy creature. Oh! If all creatures could understand what it means to live in my divine will, oh! How much they would aspire to it and compete together to make in her their heavenly abode. After which I felt more than ever abandoned in the immensity of the light of the divine will. I saw and felt in me my sweet Jesus, all attentive to the smallness of my poor soul. He took care of everything. He wanted to give me everything, to do everything. So that we see that with a touch of his finger, it formed the heartbeat, animated the breath, the movement, put in order thoughts, words, and all things. But with so much love and tenderness that it was a delight. Seeing my astonishment, Jesus said to me, "My little girl, do not be amazed at all these attentions and loving tendernesses that I manifest in you and outside of you. You must know that in the soul where my divine will reigns, it is I myself who serve. That is why, because of the decency of my divinity and my holiness, I perform my deeds as if it were for my life itself. And so I put it. The intensity of my love. The order of my thoughts. The holiness of my works. Seeing the docility of the creature that lends itself as a girl to receive the functions of his father, his loving tenderness, the life of the father in his daughter, oh! How happy and honored I feel to serve her. I then continued my abandonment in Jesus' arms, and he added, "Blessed girl, my humanity loves the members of the human family so much that I have carried them and still carry them in my heart. I hold them tightly. Each of my sufferings, prayers, and works have been new bonds of union between me and them. All my being and all that I have done. Everything descended like an impetuous torrent towards each creature. To dissolve into love and to constitute bonds of union, holiness, and defense which, by forming an obscure concert of voices, courted and cuddled in a delirium of love by saying to each one, 'I love you, my children, I love you very much and I want to be loved.' My humanity reordered and established the true union between the Creator and creatures, and connected them all together as united members at the head. It was really me who made myself the head of the whole human family. Virtue contains within itself the strength to connect not only with the Father, but also with creatures. If one exercises patience, her patience connects with all those who have patience and she disposes the others to have patience. Thus the creature who is obedient, the one who is humble, the one who is beneficent, together form the different categories in my church. What then to say about the extent of the bonds formed by the creature who lives in my divine will? As it is in heaven and on earth, it has its bonds everywhere. With her actions, she connects heaven and earth and calls all creatures to live in the divine will. I was doing my round in the divine will to trace all that she did in order to make her deeds my own and to be able to say, 'I was and I am with you, and I do what you do. So that what is mine is yours. What the saints have done in your virtue is also mine, because you are the source that circulates everywhere and produces all goods.' And I came to the point in history where God asked Noah for the sacrifice of the construction of the arch. And I offered the sacrifice as if it were mine in order to ask for the kingdom of the divine will on earth. I was doing that. Then my blessed Jesus, holding me back at this point in history, said to me, 'My daughter, all the good of the history of the world is founded in the sacrifice demanded of the creatures by my supreme will. The greater the sacrifice we ask for, the greater the good we put into it. And we ask for these great sacrifices when creatures, by their sins, deserve the destruction of the world. In this way, we bring out of sacrifice, instead of destruction, the new life of creatures. You must know that at this point in the history of the world, creatures deserved to no longer exist. All were to perish. By accepting the mandate we have given him and presenting ourselves for the great sacrifice, the construction of an arch for so many years, Noah redeemed the world for future generations. By sacrificing himself for so long, through difficulties, sorrows and sweat, he paid the coins, not of gold or silver, but of his whole being in the act of following our will. He produced enough coins to redeem what was about to be destroyed. So if the world still exists, he owes it to Noah who, by his sacrifice and by doing our will as we wanted him to do, saved man and all that was to serve man. A prolonged sacrifice willed by God announces great things, universal goods. It is a sweet chain that connects God and men. Ourselves. As long as the creature forms for us a prolonged sacrifice, let us not get out of the bonds of this chain, which is so sweet and so dear to us, that we allow ourselves to be bound by her as much as she pleases. Thus Noah, by his prolonged sacrifice, has redeemed the continuation of human generations. After another space of time in the history of the world came Abraham. And our will commanded him to sacrifice his son. It was a hard sacrifice for an unfortunate father. It can be said that God has put man to the test and demanded an inhuman trial that is almost impossible to perform. But God has the right to ask for what he wants and all the sacrifices he wants. Poor Abraham was placed in such a difficult situation that his heart was bleeding and he felt on himself the fatal blow he had to deal to his only son. The sacrifice was excessive, so much so that our paternal goodness demanded its execution, but not its completion, knowing that Abraham would not have survived him. He would have died of grief after such an atrocious act as killing his own child. For it was an act that went beyond the forces of nature. But Abraham accepted everything. He didn't think about anything, neither about his child nor about himself, because he was consumed by grief in his own child. If our will, as we had commanded him, had not prevented his fatal act, he would have made the sacrifice we wanted, even though he would have died with his beloved son. But this sacrifice was large, excessive, only wanted by us in the history of the world. Well, this sacrifice raised him so high that he was constituted chief and father of human generations. And with the sacrifice of his son's sacrifice, he paid the coin of blood and immense sorrow in order to redeem the future Messiah. For the Hebrew people and for all men. In fact, after Abraham's sacrifice, we often made ourselves felt among the creatures, which we had not done before. Sacrifice possessed the virtue of bringing us closer to creatures. And we formed the prophets until the expected Messiah came. However, after another extended period of time, wanting to give the kingdom of our will, we wanted a sacrifice on which to rely. While the earth is flooded with sins and deserves to be destroyed, the sacrifice of the creature redeems it. By his sacrifice the creature again calls the divine will to reign and to revive in the world the new life of my will among creatures. That's why I asked for the prolonged sacrifice of your life sacrificed on a bed of suffering. It was the new cross that I did not ask or give to anyone who was to form your daily martyrdom. You know this because so many times you have made me shed tears. My daughter, when I want to give a great good, a new good to creatures, I give a new cross. And I want a new and unique sacrifice. A cross whose reason man does not explain, but this reason is divine. And man is in the obligation not to scrutinize it, but to bow to her and worship her. It was the kingdom of my will. My love wanted and had to invent new crosses and sacrifices never before offered. In order to find pretexts, support, strength, the amount of money and the longest chain to be bound by the creature. And the sure sign that we want to give the world a great and universal good is the request to a creature of a great and prolonged sacrifice. These are the assurances and certainties of the good that we want to give. When we find a creature that accepts, we make for her a prodigy of grace. In his sacrifice we form the life of the good we want to give. Thus my will wants to form his kingdom in the sacrifice of creatures. She surrounds herself with it in order to be safe. And with this sacrifice she wants to undo the human will and erect her own. With this is formed the currency of divine light before our divinity in order to redeem the kingdom of our divine will, to give it to human generations. Therefore, do not be surprised the length of your sacrifice, nor of what we have done and arranged for you. This was necessary for our will. Also don't think about the fact that you do not see and feel in others the effects of your sacrifice. It is necessary that with your sacrifice you make the purchase of our divinity. And after negotiating with God the purchase is secured. And in its time the kingdom of the divine will come to life with certainty. Because the purchase will have been made by the sacrifice of a creature belonging to the human family. I am in the arms of the divine Fiat. His empire extends in all things on my smallness. But it's not slavery, no. It is a union, a transformation. The creature feels that it dominates with him. By allowing itself to be dominated, it acquires the virtue of dominating the supreme will itself. My mind was bathed in the sea of the divine Fiat to be submerged by its waves. Then my heavenly Jesus visited my poor soul and he said to me, "My blessed daughter, life in my will contains wonders and secrets in such great numbers. that heaven and earth are stunned. You must know that when the smallness of the creature enters my will, it spreads into its immensity. The divine will receives it in his arms to make it his conquest. The human will makes himself conqueror of the divine will. But in these reciprocal conquests, the divine will celebrates the conquest of the human will and uses it as it pleases. The human will celebrates the great conquest made by the divine will. Wanting to use her, she sends her to heaven as a conquest and bearer of the new joys and happiness she possesses. My will conquered by the soul is not recovered. By splitting, she stays and leaves for her heavenly homeland in order to conform to the desire of the one who conquered her. It carries the new conquest she made of the human will as well as the joys and happinesses contained in the conquering divine will. My glorious and blessed will which is in heaven, and my conquering will which is on earth. Kiss and flood the celestial regions with the new joys possessed by my conquering divine will. You should know that the joys of my conquering will are distinct and very different from those of my blessed will. The conquering will does not remain in the power of the blessed, but it is in the power of the creature who must send it from the earth. It is formed in the fire of suffering and love, and on the annihilation of one's own will. On the other hand, the blessed joys remain in the power of the blessed and are the fruits and effects of the celestial sojourn where they are located. There is a big difference between the joys of my conquering will and those of my will. Blessed, I can say that my conquering joys do not exist in heaven, but only on earth. And, oh, how beautiful it is to see the creature to make itself as many times conqueror of my will, that she performs her deeds in him, to send him sometimes in heaven, sometimes in purgatory, sometimes among the earthly creatures, according to his desire. Even more so because my will is everywhere. It can do no less than duplicate itself, to bring the fruit, the joys and the new conquests that the creature has made with it. My daughter, there is no scene more moving, more delicious, or more useful than seeing the smallness of the creature coming into our divine will, to perform his small acts and to make his sweet conquest of an immense, holy, powerful and undying, which contains everything, can accomplish everything and possesses everything. The smallness of the creature, seeing itself conqueror of such an interminable divine fiat, remains stunned. She doesn't know where to put it. She would like to lock him in herself, but she lacks the space. She therefore takes what she can, until she fills herself completely with it. But she sees that there are still immense seas. She is brave and she would like all of them to be able to take such a great good. That is why she sends it to heaven as a sacred right of the heavenly fatherland for anyone who wants it. She hastens to perform other acts in my will, in order to be able to acquire it again with each act it performs. This is the true divine trade that God and creature form between heaven and earth. After which my mind continued to get lost in this fiat, who always wants to give himself to the creature and who by giving himself never finishes giving. My sweet Jesus added, my daughter, the human will is the source and substance of the creature's life. She draws from her the life of the works, the thoughts of her mind, the variety and multiplicity of her words. If human life had no free will, it would be a life without source and without substance. It would then lose all beauty, specificity, the admirable interweaving that human life can weave. Thus, where it reigns, the divine will is done. Source, substance and life of the acts performed in it. That's why when she thinks, speaks, and works, this source diffuses in the acts of the creature, always performs new acts and forms the harmony of divine work in the creature. Now you must know that all our solicitude is for these acts because in them the generation of our divine acts is formed in the depths of the creature. And, oh, what a satisfaction to be able to continue the generation of our actions. In this generation, we feel the God at work. not the God prevented from being able to develop the generation of our deeds because our will is not in it. That is why to our solicitude are added our guard and jealousy of these acts. Your Jesus dwells in and around the creature in order to guard it. My jealousy has its gaze fixed on her to watch her, in order to congratulate me and to take for me all the pleasure that the generation possesses of its deeds performed in our will. After all, our will is of infinite value. Not to keep a single one of his acts would be to act against ourselves. You must know that being the source and substance of our Supreme Being, our power, our holiness, our goodness and all our attributes, form the crown around our will and all its deeds, in order to depend on it and to pay tribute to him and to keep all the acts she performs in us as in the creature. Therefore, be attentive and accept to be dominated by my will if you do not want to lose forever your Jesus, the one after whom you languish and whom you love and desire so much. I feel under the empire of the divine will. If for a minute I no longer feel it, I am lifeless, without food, without warmth, as if the divine life stopped. Because no one is there to train and feed it. In my sorrow I repeat, Jesus, help me, without your will, I am dying of hunger. My beloved Jesus took pity on me, all love and tenderness, he hugged me and said to me, my little daughter of my will, courage, do not martyr you. The divine life formed and nourished by my will cannot die. If you feel hungry, it is because you do not always hear my speech about the other wonders and novelties that my will possesses. The interruption of my word makes you feel an ever new hunger for the food she possesses. But it prepares you to receive the new nourishment of his knowledge for you. To grow and nourish only that of the divine will. You would not accept any other and you would prefer to starve to death because the one who has tasted her food so often does not know how to adapt to another. But this hunger is also a blessing. Because it can serve as your access to the heavenly fatherland. You must know that the only food of these celestial regions is the new and never interrupted act of my divine will. This food has all the flavors, all the delights, is the daily and constant food in the heavenly Jerusalem. And being hungry means life, not death. Therefore awaits with boundless patience the nourishment of my will, which will soothe your hunger with such abundance that you will be unable to absorb everything. I interrupted him to say, my love, my heart bleeds as I tell you this. But it seems to me that you no longer have for me this continual love that te face parlor to jers et. Me face tant de ravis santas surprises de ton etre et de ton vouloir. Je sentis et touches de ma main ton cœur palpitant d'amour pour moi au point où j'étais contre int de dire, combien tu m'aimes, Monday Jesus. Et maintenant, à cause de tes interruptions, il me semble que je ne suis pas toujours aimé. Passer d'un amour continuel à un amour interrompu estle. Plus cruel des tourments. Et je vais repetent, je ne suis pas aimé. Je ne suis pas aimé par celui que j'aime tant. Jesus m'a interrompu en disant, ma fille, que dis-tu là? Tu dois savoir que lorsque la créature nous aime, n'est pas l'aimer sirait agir contre la nature de notre être divin. Si cela pouvait arriver. Etsi nous étions capables de souffrir, l'amour de la créature. Nous condamnerait à un vie de tourments et deviendrait notre persécuteur. Il aurait pas de paix jusqu'à ce that their love to both be merged. That they kiss and are. That they find peace together. Ah! You don't know what it is. To love and not to be loved by the one we love. The one who loves carries the suffering of the other. Because he remains in his position and performs the most sacrosanct of duties. It is in this state that our divine being is found. Because we love too much and man doesn't love us. Our love pursues the creature we love. He places her in a life sentence, he torments her and he leaves her no peace. Not finding rest is the sure sign that the creature has been targeted by our love. that he wants to conquer the love of the creature by persecuting it. Therefore, be quiet. If you love us, our love has loved you before you. The inseparability of our love and yours is such. Let your love form the little warmth and that ours, nourishing yours, forms the immensity of light. In such a way that both lose the separative virtue. It is as if they are one and only nature. And they always live together so that one forms the life of the other. Therefore, if my word is not continual, it does not mean a broken love. No, it would be interrupted if you didn't feel that. You want to do my will, even at the cost of your life. This would mean that you no longer have it in your power. If my goodness has come to put our will in your power, it ensures that my love for you is continual. Because you must know that the creature that makes our divine will and lives in it is nothing but the active life of God Himself in the creature. Our love for the one who allows herself to be dominated by our divine will is so great that he is gently imprisoned by her. He restricts himself, reduces himself, and takes pleasure in loving and working in his soul. But while restricting himself, he remains immense and works in infinite ways, as we love and work within ourselves. Because our nature is that of the immensity, of the infinite. Everything we do remains immense and infinite as we are. Oh! What satisfaction that by restricting ourselves in its smallness we give free rein to our love and our works. She is filled with it, overflowing. It fills heaven and earth. And we have great glory and honor. To love and work like God in His smallness. If you knew what it means. A single act of love. A single work done by us in you, you would die of joy. And all eternity would not be enough to thank us for such a great good. Therefore, let me act, let me do what I want with to. Be sure that we will be happy, you and me. I am always busy with and in the divine will. There is always something to do in Him, but it is never a work that tires. On the contrary, it gives strength, makes the divine life grow and floods with joy and peace, and one feels within oneself and outside oneself a heavenly atmosphere. I was bathed in the eternal waves of the divine will. Then my greatest good, Jesus, visited my little soul and He said to me, "Blessed girl! It is I who form the celestial atmosphere inside and outside the creature. Because as soon as it enters into my divine will, I observe her actions with which she forms the field. And I form the divine seed to throw it into the act of the creature. Thus his actions serve as soil. And I, the heavenly farmer, filling him with my seeds. I use it to collect the works done in my will. Do you see what is the point of the continuation of the acts performed in the divine will? It serves to give me the task and opportunities to never leave the creature because it always gives me something to do. And I do not want and cannot leave empty such a precious ground. Formed in my will and exposed to the life-giving rays of the divine Sunday. That's why my Fiat calls you to work in my will. You too are calling me. And, oh! How sweet it is to work together in my Fiat. It is a work that does not tire. It is rather a bearer of rest and the most magnificent conquests. Then he added, "My daughter, you must know that the act we perform in the creature contains 3 acts in one. The act of preservation, the act of nutrition, and the primordial act of creation. Through these 3 acts united into one, we give our deeds eternal life. The creature that possesses them feels in itself the creative force that removes all the weaknesses of human nature. The act of nutrition is always busy giving him his food. To prevent it from taking another one, and to preserve it from all evils. This food is similar to embalming which prevents corruption. The act of preservation reconfirms and preserves the purity and beauty of the property. Nos 3 acts reunus en un seul sunt de forte reses inexpugnables. Que nous donnons à la creature qui les regner en el notre volonté qui la rend si forte que personne ne peut lui faire de mal. Après quoi monde petit esprit continuamaront dans la divine volonté à la recherche de ses actes. Pour enfermer mes actes dans les signes. Pour faire qu'ils soient done. C'est tout cela la satisfaction de monde long exil. Pouvoir travailler avec l'évolution suprême. Faire disparaître mes axes dans les scenes. Jaile sentiment de prendre le ciel dans ma main. Je sens coller dans mes axes les éternelles béatitudes. Jene me sens nidistantni séparé de ma chère et céleste patrie. Monde esprit état rempli de pensées sur la divine volonté. Alors Jesus, monde très grand biet, reface sa petite visite etil me dit. My little daughter of my will, I want you to know. May each of your acts in my will regenerate you every time. That you grow in a whole new way in our Fiat so that you feel the sky. And the Supreme Being has the great joy of regenerating himself in the act of the creature. To form our life in its act is our feast, our desire. We unite all our love schemes. And we receive the complete glory that the creature gives us. But you must know that sacrifice calls God with his powerful voices. And doing our will brings him down into the soul in order to put him to work as the God he is. And me. My love, although I seek to always work in your will and still pray for his kingdom to come to earth, nothing is to be seen coming. And Jesus? My good daughter, it doesn't mean anything. For you must know that the prayers, the acts performed in our will, when they enter into our divine act, they have such power that they must bring to the creatures the good they contain. They go on the lookout to observe the centuries and monitor them. With love. With inexhaustible patience. They are still waiting and waiting. And with the light they possess, they knock on the door of hearts. They make themselves light in the minds, and this without ever getting tired. Because they are not prone to getting tired or losing power. They act as guardians and faithful sentinels. And they don't leave until they've given the good they have. These acts are possessors of my will. They absolutely want to give it to the creatures. And if one escapes them, they aim for another. If a century does not receive them, they do not stop or leave because we have put the centuries in their power. They form and will form our divine army among human generations in order to form the kingdom of our will. There is in these acts the man crowned by divine power. And they give creatures the right to possess such a kingdom. Our will is at work in these acts. It gives God the right to reign and to dominate the creature with our omnipotent fiat. They are the deposit and capital that pays God for creatures. And they hold the right to give human generations what has been paid. Like a sun that never retreats or gets tired. To cover the earth with its light to give the good it contains. Even more than suns, they turn for every heart, they turn in the centuries. They are always on the move and never consent to defeat, even for those to which they have not given my active will which they possess. And even more so because they know for sure that they will get what they want, and victory. Therefore, if you don't see anything, don't worry. Continue your life and your actions in my will. This is what is more necessary than anything, to form the money in order to pay for such a holy kingdom for your brothers. And then, you should know that my life on earth and my actions themselves are in the same conditions. I paid for everyone. And my life and what I did remains available to all and wants to give themselves to all to offer the good they possess. Although I left for heaven, I left and stayed in order to shoot in heart's end. In the centuries. To give everyone the good of my redemption. About 20 centuries have passed and my life and acts continue to turn. But not everything was taken by the creatures. So some regions don't know me yet. Thus my life, the fullness of my possessions and my deeds do not withdraw. They are always running and turning. They embrace the centuries as if there were only one to give everyone the goods they own. It is therefore necessary to pray to pay and form capital. The rest will come by itself. Also, be attentive and let your flight in my fiat be continuous.